Okay, I think we are live. So, hello. If there's anyone in the chat, say hello, say hi. We're going to be doing some Pokemon type swaps today. So, we're going to use the type, starting off with the Gen 1 Pokemon types. We can use the kind of like the mashup that Jazza Studios did. And we're going to just use that to select our initial Pokemon, do a type swap, and then, yeah, get into drawing it. Plan to do quite a few of these today, so it's going to be a bit of a stream, and maybe a little bit later on we'll take some requests. But yeah, I think it's about time to get started with the stream. So bring this over for you guys to see. Just an example, we'll click the Pokeball and then we'll get a type swap shot. For example, Articuno is a dragon, but we're going to do this for real now. Hey, Robotic Artist 27. Howdy. I'm good. How are you? Have you had a good New Year? Don't know how much you caught, but basically going to just do a type swap with some Gen 1 Pokemon to start with, and we might add some of the Scarlet and Violet ones later. Let me know if the music is a good level to the voice. Hopefully it is all good with the audio and the music. And let's figure out what our first one's going to be. So, let's click the button. Jinx as a rock type. Cool, Robotic Artist. I'm glad you had a good New Year and you love type swaps. This will be interesting because I've not really done a type swap before. So, let's just get this sorted a second. Jinx rock type, which is going to be quite interesting for our first one. But yeah, let's get down so some people can see while we wait in between. Yeah, it will be. I'm going to start with kind of my usual process, and I'm going to make sure that's actually on airplane mode so that we don't get any distractions. Hi Ben. No, it's not Reet Repulsor behind me. It's the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. But yeah, so I'm going to get started with this. I'm going to let's see if we're going to do Jinx. Should I try record? I'm going to try record. Ah, interesting. Okay, that's cool. That's not a problem, Ben. I'm going to be streaming for quite a while, so if you need to dip in and out of the stream throughout the day with what you're doing, that's fine. What do you guys think of the little Charizard sprite that we've got going? I might be able to change it to another one later. But yeah, all credit for the type swap selector that we're using goes to Jazza Studios. It's basically something they put out there for everyone to use since he did his video. And it just picks a random Gen 1 Pokemon and a random type, and we'll share our creations later on. That's not a problem, Ben. If you've got school in an hour, then that's your priority. Just leave a like on the video and yeah, just jump in and out when you can do. Right, so Jinx to start with is this rather... Yeah, let's make sure I got the right brush. Cool. Kind of a bluish colour today, just because we're going to do... Cool, that looks quite nice. Awesome, thank you Ben, I appreciate that. Who's excited for Friday's video? Because it's one that's been requested for a while now and hasn't been done, so it's going to be quite interesting to see how that goes. If you've seen the teaser. Alright, so the initial form of Jinx is kind of a weird one. So we get the base shape of Jinx in, we'll turn it into an actual rock type afterwards. I often find bringing the base form of the Pokemon in how it currently stands is a good way to start what we're doing, and then kind of just swap it afterwards. I don't think there'll be too much difference from Jinx to a rock type, but we will see. It's kind of got this Jinx with its kiss. I remember the first Pokemon series when they brought that in. That was quite funny. Yeah, I know. I just want to get the bit that basic shape in for the design of Jinx, because I think once we've got this in, I'm going to literally overhaul it completely. So I just want to get. I quite like the hair, but I also want to get the kind of like the arms in. I'm kind of thinking as a rock type, it's going to be a bit more. A bit more of a random design. Hey Justin, how are you? We're doing Pokemon type swaps. So our first one was Jinx as a rock type. So I'm just literally penciling in Jinx's basic shape, and then when we get onto the rock type stuff, we're going to literally change it up quite a fair bit. Just want to get most of the original design in, so I can make sure it's a bit recognisable as a rock type. And I cannot draw hands this morning. This is what happens when you don't warm up and you come straight into a stream. So that'll be a lesson. Warm up before you do any any drawing. But yeah, it's going to be interesting. I've got an idea for part of it, being a rock type. I kind of don't want it looking a bit like Graveler or Geodude in terms of being... Yeah, we're basically terrestrializing Jinx, and I hope I said that right, because I've been playing the Scarlet a little bit over Christmas. That kind of artistic kid has the game, so they kind of let me use it for a little bit, and that's going to be an investment some point this year, is getting Violet and myself a Switch, which is going to be interesting. No, I love the like spaced out expression Jinx always has while I think about it. So Jinx's form here, it's quite a... Yeah, I think you're right, that kind of robotic artist. We do need to change the form up quite a fair bit in a minute. But that's the base form of Jinx. So what I'm going to do is do a new layer, turn that down, start thinking about rock types. So... kind of feel, for rock type, do we start with the face? I kind of feel the actual face should be more of a boulder itself in kinds of what's happening, but I still want to keep a bit of the expression coming out. Yeah, we might make it a bit of a defensive stance with the arms and change them in a minute. I know with ones later on I will be just doing a complete drawing a pose change and stuff, but because of the first one, maybe just make it a bit more of the kind of like original design. I kind of also feel that sort of like the bits here need to be like almost like a diamondy shape. I kind of want to keep this bit but make it more of a like a crystallized gem on the chest plate bit. Just the idea of something a bit more solid. Yeah, making some of the things sharper and that. I'm thinking for the kind of the top of their head we'll do something a bit different. The eyes near a hand can always still be circle. But for the mouth, I'm not sure what we do for a rock mouth. Maybe we give it like this giant rock or giant sort of like boulder like kiss. Yeah, that's actually quite a good idea. Yes, Justin, I know they can make paper out of rocks. They can also make waterproof paper out, I think it is out of rocks or something they used to make it. It's a bit more interesting, crazy on that. So let's just get these rock type shapes in a little bit more. Colouring this is going to be interesting. Of course, we can have the classic eyes, how they should be. That kind of weird jinx look. Oh my god, this is going to look so insane. Justin, if you mean the December redraw, that was the 16th of December. The January one with original characters is the 16th of January. So it's the 16th for both. Obviously December's one's gone. But yeah, the January one's coming up and it's going to be interesting. So for that one, it is, just as a reminder, is submit your own original character. Give a bit of background information about them and a bit of blurb, but also let me know what your favourite Pokemon is, because I've got two things in mind I could do with it. I know some people have kind of mixed the Pokemon in with it, or someone's actually made their character a Pokemon, which is actually going to be really interesting. But yeah, it's kind of setting up for something that I want to do with it, which would be quite cool. I mean, a rock type. Do we want? Sorry, I am jumping around on the picture a bit. I'm thinking just for the hands, maybe we want a bit more of a... In fact, let me pull up a rock type on here. Just see what they've got in common. Okay, that's cool. I've got a few ideas now. They've got... some of them don't even look like they're rock types. They're just, yeah, they're just however they are. I kind of want to put something... I'm going to give something almost gem-like around the hands, just to see how it goes. Justin says, sacrifice that kind of artistic kid, we make a sandwich version of him and feed him to Koraidon. Yeah, Koraidon or to Miraidon, which should be quite good. I did watch a short video where a YouTuber had a mod on the Pokemon Scarlet or Pokemon Violet, gave random evolutions, and the Miraidon evolved into a Koraidon, which is quite funny. Hey, Galahound19, how are you doing? And no, don't sacrifice. It's that kind of artistic. You're being a bit mean. They're yeah, they're at school at the moment, so I get some peace and quiet. No, I won't be seeing them in the week anyway. But yeah, they're at school, which I think some people have some throughout today. But I'm planning to do a couple of these like Pokemon type swaps throughout the day, just draw and change things up. Hi Tegan, how's it going? Like I say, this stream's going to be going on for quite a while, so if you drop in and out, you don't need to apologise or anything. Just say hi, say bye, and just leave a like before you disappear. Yeah, kind of, Justin. I think it's it may seem like that, but over time, I think it's gotten to the point where I think the most mundane part of life sometimes turns out to be not having an electronic for adolescents. Because that way you get the 5 minutes and you get on board as soon as it's switched off. Kind of looking a bit... I don't know if it's just my style instead of just being a Pokemon style, but it's kind of looking a bit... I don't know, it just looks kind of a bit more... I think it's all the sharp edges. Looks just a bit... well, smilier, but meaner. I'm just trying to think if there's anything else we can add that makes it quite cool. Yeah, just bring up some reference pictures because rock types kind of change. Ah, that's quite a nice idea. Add some texture to it. Oh, that's not a problem, Galahound19. That's fine. Appreciate that was just a typo. Justin asks, if you were to write Ben 10 as Guardians of the Galaxy, how would you do it? I'd have him somewhat like Star-Lord, with an actual Raph species as kind of like Drax, just because I'd find the alien species that kind of tie in with the characters, and then have Ben be able to change into them, but put some kind of caveat on it, which would be quite fun. I'm just thinking of how to do the hair. I've got an idea for part of the body. That should work. It's just sorting out that hair a little bit. That's cool. Alright, I'm going to take a little bit of inspiration from a couple of rock Pokemon for the hair. Try and make it look a bit rock-like at the centre. And then kind of bring out like these rock crystal bits on the sides. While at the same time trying to keep the general structure, shape. I kind of want you to know it's a Jinx if you looked at it, or it could be related, which I know we've got the basic line it looks like, but I'm not sure it's quite there yet. Obviously the first one's going to be a bit of a weirder design than the rest, and then we'll take that, sort that out. I do think though I want to maybe make these more just individual crystal bits that come down. I'll definitely straighten some lines up in a bit, but thanks Tegan, I appreciate that. I suppose I should ask if anyone's played the new game. I know I've got the poll going somewhere, or I had the poll going on the chat at some point. If anyone's actually got the new game, Scarlet Violet, what about which one's your favourite Pokemon out the new ones? Out the Gen, are they Gen 8s? I think they're Generation 8 in that one. Out the newer ones, I mean, my favourite one's in there. They got Riolu with Lucario, and that is just overpowered to high heaven. It's just, yeah, fighting types just own in that game. If you get them up high enough level with Orsphere, it's just, yeah, just made a few things really, really easy for me. Which was quite cool, but quite odd at the same time. Should have just done a stone statue of Jinx, shouldn't I? No, the Gen 9. Oh, sorry, my bad. Nice one, Justin. You beat both versions. And Galahan19 says, hey, if you're thinking about doing the Pokemon Mech Armor sequel, recommend Hydreigon. Yeah, that's definitely one that's on the list for it. That kind of artistic kid completed the game when I was there. I've basically done the... It's actually quite funny. They completed the Elite Four and sort of like the Elite Pokemon League, and I had to do the trainer battle afterwards for their Pokemon to win. It just wasn't working out the matchup. I did it. Took us several attempts, but we finally did that. But yeah, I've seen all the way through. So unless you're on about a Paradox Pokemon, I've seen the designs, but I haven't actually caught any of those yet. I've seen some of the prehistoric ones and some of the future ones, but I haven't seen... In fact, maybe I should make my own Paradox Pokemon on a video or a live stream or something. That might be quite cool. I quite like this little islandy bit, that the barnacle Pokemon. I like this rocky seashore type effect at the bottom. Tinkertongue. Oh yeah, I was watching a stream with I think it's Chem Gaming yesterday. I've been watching a lot of the Pokemon streams, so I might share a few out on the community tab at some point. But they he was trying to catch a jumbo shiny Tinkertongue. He caught a few shinies. I don't know if he managed to get the jumbo one in the end. I didn't catch the end of the stream, but if you find it, it's really, really good to watch. It was quite a good one. I got Harley Quinn vibes from that one. Hello, Furious445, and welcome to the stream. And Tegan says, imagine if Pokemon were real, you'd be happy because of Pikachu. That'd be awesome. It's the Pokemon that likes to whack Corviknight out of the sky. Yeah. Now, good question, Galahound19. I've been teasing to do a steampunk video for a while now. I intend to start a series this month or later on. So I'm excited to see. It's going to be happening by mid-February. I've got a few things lined up for this month. It's a potential filler if one of the videos fall through. If not, it's already scheduled in for early February with a steampunk episode. Haven't really sorted a narrator out for that, but I've started working on a bit of lore for it and designs and doing the research. So I'm looking forward to putting that together. I've kind of taken this week off work to be able to do things for the channel, so get ahead, sort a few things out on that, and do this live stream, which is quite cool. I'm trying to think what can I do for the... It's kind of got the flowing bits for it, so maybe I should just make these little rock bits come off the bottom. A bit like some rocky islandy bits that kind of act like legs but kind of aren't. That'd be quite cool. I've teased a few things actually that I've got to do. So my Fridays one, as I'm guessing people could have guessed it. That would be terrifying. Pokemon being real. Yeah, but then again, it would be quite cool because by nature, inherently, they're friendly. There's only a few that are not quite friendly in a few regions, so by their nature, it shouldn't be a problem. I think this will do for our Jinx type rock Pokemon for the basics. We'll look to ink this now. Kind of like it. It's kind of looking quite funky. Steampunk narrator will most likely be a male voice, unless I can find a way to do a female. A female? Welcome to VTube. No, a female voice is difficult to do, and the only one I can kind of do is the moniker, which sounds like Dino Claw. So I will be looking to do. I will be looking to see what we can do in terms of the voices. I will be at some point maybe looking at getting a modulator or finding out how to make my voice female on the software I use to edit. That would be quite a cool one. But I am thinking those little icons that we made for the narrators will help distinguish the voice a little bit better. Justin says that this could be a Paradox Jinx. Possibly. I know there's a few Pokemon that aren't paradoxed in the game yet, and people have been trying to design their own paradox versions, whether it's a prehistoric one. I think this would be a prehistoric Jinx, wouldn't it? It'd be more of the Scarlet version, because Violet is the future paradoxes. That's why you've got Miraidon. Not going to spoil too much for everybody, but does anybody know the relationship between Miraidon, and Cyclosar? In the game, what the actual relationship is supposed to be. Just make sure it's got like the black hole effect in the mouth. Oh. The problem, Gal, I get what you mean, making my voice really high pitched, but maybe it'll sound like this, and it won't sound really, really well. In fact, that could be a generative voice, but it's going to hurt mine a little bit. No, it's kind of hard to get a high pitched voice. And welcome, Koifish Gaming. You joined at just the right time to have a good laugh. Yeah, Tegan, Jinx does have that kind of expression. I think Jinx is kind of... I think it was playing on the fact that... I'm assuming this. In the story, and I don't know about its Pokedex lore, but Jinx kind of... best way to put it is Jinx kind of is sad because all the other Pokemon run away from it thanks to its lovely kiss. It wants to hug and kiss them all, but the problem is it kind of has a devastating effect with its default move on people and Pokemon, and that's why they're all kind of run away. They're also very starved of affection, it seems like, so that was quite interesting. And Justin, you know, since you beat the game, that is true. If people don't want me to say, then that's fine. If people do, let me know. It's quite an interesting fact. It doesn't really ruin the game for the storyline, but yeah, it's quite interesting and it is out there. Well, since we've got more people, I hope everyone had a good New Year. Did anyone do anything fun? I just had a chilled one. Jinx looks like Nicki Minaj. That's gonna be the nickname we're gonna give this one. Or Brute J Minor. Yeah, this Jinx is kind of like me turning into a rock style Pokemon, thanks to the type swap from Jazza Studios. I am happy to just do a random type generator a bit later on. Maybe after we've done about 4 of these characters, because I'm going to be going for a while. And maybe put in Pokemon suggestions from people in the chat if the stream picks up. Either way, I'm just going to enjoy drawing for a while on the stream with whoever's here. That's always quite fun. I always like doing live streams because I can it's a slightly different process for the actual way that I draw to how I normally would. I feel I can zoom in and move more because when the video's sped up on a speed paint, it's kind of going all over the place and looks a bit chaotic. No, that's actually an interesting one there, Galahal19. Fusing My Hero Academia characters with like Greek demigods would be awesome. I guess the obvious one would be All Might and Hercules, pretty much, or some, or maybe it could be gods and demigods, which would be quite cool. But yeah, no, it's definitely an option. I have been looking for something else to do with My Hero Academia, although I do know I still need to finish off that zombie. Everyone's asking for another series of the My Zombie Academia. From time to time I've had a few requests, so it's something that will be coming back with a couple other characters in it, which will be quite fun. Koifish Gaming, Geodude over in the corner trying to get the stones to talk to. Yeah. Yes, I do. I saw that when it first came out. That was the one with the in the north with Father Christmas and that, and they he had a whole. Just basically Jinx were everywhere in the North Pole area, where Ash met Father Christmas. If I remember rightly, I didn't know it got banned, but I remember watching it when I was younger. You could get away with so much in the olden days, and not get banned compared to now. Everything's very politically correct, and for that I'm going to stay out of any politics. But yeah, I did know there was kind of one. I did see one with Christmas and Jinx and everything, so I'm assuming that's the one that you're on about. Galahal19 says, I would love a sequel to My Zombie Academia. Would recommend Mount Lady, Hawks, and Endeavour. Hawks is definitely one that I'm going to put on the list because I could have so much fun with the zombie form of him. I think that would look really cool. Endeavour would be... I don't know if Endeavour would be too much like Bakugo to start with, but if I do Endeavour, it may be an idea to do Todoroki first, and Dabi. That would be quite cool. Oh, any of you heard the news that Ash isn't going to be... I know people were in shock last time. Ash isn't the main character in the Pokemon Scarlet anime that's coming out. Was it Justin who said that last time? Yeah, I could imagine that. There's been a few things I've seen that have been like, oh my god. Benjamin says, maybe turning my singing monsters into folklore creatures. I do need to do a folklore creature episode this year. That is definitely on the list. I don't know which month that's in, but folklore is definitely going to be on the list for this year. If it doesn't happen before October, it is the first one I'm probably going to do in October. but I don't want to make you guys wait that long, so I will see what I can put into the mix. Yeah, Koi Fish, Ash is done, but do you know what what rumour is they plan to do with him in the new season? Because he's going to be in it, but they're going to, well, unless they get an uproar and they change it. I assume he's going to be in it. This is what I've seen on the internet. I don't know if it's true or not. But yeah, it's he is featured in it, but he's not one of the main protagonists. And I think, in a sense, it does make what they're planning to do is perfect. Since it's been 20 years and he has not aged a bit, it's kind of like the never-ending story with the never-aging kid. And I get he could have had thousands of adventures and that, you know, in the series and stuff, but at the same time, it's like he's kind of shown to be immortal, which is a bit of a scary concept. Whereas even Professor Oak in the series has kind of aged a bit between them with the artwork. Yeah, Justin, I did think it was you. It's spoiler alert. Anybody, cover your ears. You don't want to know if the rumor that I've heard. But Ash is going to be one of the protagonist's parents or something. I suppose it's not really a spoiler. Well, it is a spoiler, but it's not, because it's there's been fan art going around of it and stuff, or pictures going around. So I don't know how true they are. It is an interesting idea, to be honest, and it's quite a in a sense, it is a plausible concept for it, really. Yeah, that is the theory going around. I would like to see that, to be honest. I think I'd like to see that as the actual what's going to happen, just because of the simple fact that it would be a nice continuation, and maybe their first Pokemon's one of Ash's Pokemon, not Pikachu, obviously, because Pikachu wouldn't go, well, Pikachu might retire with others, but yeah, I think it would be quite cool to see it as their region starter being given by him or something, as one of his originals, sort of like the original starter style. I just hope they don't make it too much like the original series, where the starter Pokemon is if they do it, the starter Pokemon is too much like Pikachu and just a bit out there. Right, so we've got our basic shape done. Let's bring this in. I think what I'll do is I'm going to do something different. In terms of backgrounds, we'll do a background another time. I'm just going to do the Pokemon, the pose, white background. Potentially save it as a... Yeah, actually I could do that. I'll look to that, because I might be able to save them after I'm done, send them across to the computer and stick them in the stream across the bottom, maybe. But we'll see. Koi Fish never actually likes Ash. I didn't at first. He kind of grew on me, but in the later series, it just got a bit... What's the best word for it? It got really repetitive. Kind of just made it seem like it's... Yeah, it's just really annoying. Oh, that's interesting. The character art's official, just speculation on who the parents is. Yeah, that's what I meant. The sort of the picture of Ash as an older character. That's interesting. You're fine with change. Change is good. It's scary, but good. But yeah. If Galahad19 says, if I end up fusing My Hero Academia with the Greek demigods, who would you fuse with Mina? Oh, I don't really know on that one. Ben, that's not a bad idea, actually. Maybe the Pokemon clone in the Paldea region would be the main Pokemon for that anime. Could be. I think it'd be quite cool if they had a... if what they had was a bit of a... So just trying to keep the stream going at the same time with the drawing. I think it'd be quite cool if they had maybe a paradox in a future version between the two, and you got to see that level up or something as it went along. That'd be quite cool. Yeah, Justin, I do think he's matured quite a bit in it. I think the biggest thing for me is the continuity. There have been what's it? Is it the Glacian Rapidash? It's like, how does it feel riding a Rapidash? It's like, the way that it came across was as if he's never rode one before, but in the very first original series, he was on a Rapidash, not is it Glacian? Or, you know, the alternate Rapidash. I can't remember the name for the life of me, and I'm going to get roasted on this stream for it. But yeah, it's it's one of those ones where it's kind of what am I trying to say? It's kind of like they almost threw out all the continuity before and said, "Oh yeah, no, we've not ridden one of these. We've not been on this type of Pokemon." Yeah, I think that's quite cool. Some of the older Pokemon coming back instead of all new ones would be quite cool as well. That's a better colour for it. I don't want it to look too steel type, but at the same time I don't want it to look too rock type. Don't want it to look too rock type when it's a rock type. That's the most sensible thing I've said today, or you know, the most logical. Yeah, I completely agree. Sometimes they deliberately made him forget things that had gone on, and it was just terrible. It was more like it just took away from it. It's the whole thing with a series and all of his adventures. I get he'd forget some things and might get reminded by it by seeing, I have seen it, but he's got Pokedexes as he goes along, and those evolve with time. It's just a bit weird that he never seemed to... I don't know, it just seemed like he never seemed to evolve with the storyline. Other than becoming a bit more humble in the later series, you know. It was kind of like... I mean, it's Team Rocket, he's so used to them by now, it's like nothing really phases him with them. Yeah, he'd always be surprised by the end of the first season. It's like, yeah, but I don't know, it just seemed a bit odd. Frog type Jinx is kind of looking rather interesting. Yeah, I completely agree, Justin. It is like that sometimes, and it's a bit of a nightmare and a pain. But it is what it is with that in Pokemon. I have to say, I am glad that in the new game they've kept Lucario. Sorry, slight change of subject, more Pokemon related. Lucario is kind of my favourite Pokemon, so I'm really pleased to see that one still in there and going strong. I might have to draw shiny Lucario at some point. In fact, that's the point. Do you guys want to see more anime style characters in that painting style I've done? It's like a pop-up video or a stream. I'm thinking of, because I'm alternating from next Monday, it'll be alternating streams. So Monday will be a live stream. Then the following week, the Wednesday, will be the live stream. Just because of the fact that I'll be trying to get back to doing 2 videos a week in between, and the Mondays where I do martial arts in the evening, I don't really have time to sort a video out, edit it on a Monday and plan it, because I'm in the work office. So it's more where I'd get a bit of luxury on my breaks to hop onto it and hop back out. I wouldn't have that luxury as such. But I quite like the idea of doing that digital painting style, which is quite fun. Whether it's going to be other anime characters like Genshin Impact, maybe a Chainsaw Man. Obviously, I've got a few more characters. Someone wants me to do, or suggested doing, Turo and Miraidon, which is going to be the next digital one of those. But also bringing more of the characters like Pokemon, Digimon, and some other favourite series you guys have into that digital painting process. I mean, they are quite fun to do. Yeah, I think, Koi, I kind of agree. It's the lack of continuity is the biggest problem within that series or genre. It's just, you know what? Where's that Jinx gone? Because I'm going to give it purpley blue gems. The hairstyle is kind of based off the Antsy, so I think if I make the diamondy bits all kind of this purple colour, and then I alpha lock that layer. Actually, maybe I should go more pink on it. I know Pokemon have this kind of when you get to like the answer, you've got this. I know they highly like glow. They highly like glow. Is it glow? They kind of like put a lot of shine on it, whereas I kind of want to have the diamond bits looking a bit more diamondy. I'm great with phrases today. The diamond bits looking a bit more diamondy. Yeah, I know Pikachu's like supposed to be a rare, unique one, but they're kind of obsessed with it, aren't they? Okay, so Ash is the same age ever since the... Yeah, Ash is over like 20, 30, 50 years old now of the series. And I tell you what, he's got to share with everybody that secret for, you know, the youthful look that he's got, because that's just absolutely insane. I think on the next fusion I'm going to go absolutely insane, or fusion type swap. I'm going to go a bit insane with what I design, and I'm going to make it a bit more of a oh, that's the point. Maybe the lips should be like diamonds. Whoops. Yeah, those lips should have that diamondy effect as well, actually. Just while I'm thinking about it, while I'm zoomed in here. I have to say, I have enjoyed doing those Pokemon fan arts that I've been doing, and it is quite fun to do something in a slightly different style in my spare time that's more just having fun. But I do want to do some proper video type things with them, just to make it work, stand out, or just, you know, look quite nice. I think I want to change that top bit just a little bit from the yellow to more of an orangey colour to give a nice bit of contrast between these. That's fine. Do it a different way. Alpha lock that and then go around. Yeah, handy tool is Alpha Lock. Basically works on the transparency on that one layer. Clipping mask does the transparency of the base layer all the way up. So if that was just a clipping mask without Alpha Lock, I would have picked up over everything again. But with the Alpha Lock, I've picked up just the bits that I want, which is quite cool. Get some rubies in there and some citrine. We will see. I'm kind of maybe we could do an evolved version at some point as well. Quite cool. Possibly. I will be taking some suggestions a bit later on. On the next one, though, we are going to be using the randomizer again, which is quite fun. It's so that I don't really have any predetermined type swaps. And then we'll put some stuff out there. But Gyarados as a fire type kind of would look a bit more like a shiny Gyarados, or potentially. In fact, let me move this. Shrink this group down a little bit just so I can center that a bit more. I think I'm going to keep with a bit of the original Pokemon styling on this, where we shade it out. So even if I'm doing hard light and a bit of an overlay, and my usual kind of like layers that I use, I'm still going to be doing oh, that in a minute. So I still use my process. I'm still going to be trying to keep it a bit more of a kind of like the Pokemon feel, where the light and shadow is done in a certain way, but it's hard to describe. Tegan's asked, can someone name an animal, please? Don't want an obvious one. Meerkat. Galahound asks, have you ever thought of doing a live stream with more of Yu-Gi-Oh designs in mind? I have, actually. I've thought of doing a live fusion type stream where I take where we kind of take the monsters from Yu-Gi-Oh and another series from requests, and we fuse them together to make new ones, basically. Kind of like the Booster Art Challenge, but without booster packs. Maybe we should call it something like a Subscriber Art Challenge. Live. And I know from doing this bit, there's going to be a few bits that are... In fact, let's do that, because I can turn the opacity down a bit later, but... It's mainly just to get the basic shapes of this one in. Oh, Koi Fish with another epic suggestion for the channel. I do have an idea that might actually take off. Undertale monsters venomized. That does sound pretty cool. I have been wanting to do something for Undertale for a while as well, so there's so many awesome suggestions from everybody. It's like, when am I ever going to get time to do them all? I will find time to do them. I'm trying to get that balance between work and YouTube this year, and a few milestones just to sort it out. That's the point. What's everyone's New Year's resolutions, if you're willing to share? My ones are getting more of a healthy balance between work life and non-work life. Sorry, give me a second, guys. Just need to get some up. between work life and sort of like YouTube balance, and then I hit a few of the YouTube milestones I've set myself for the year, which is going to be quite cool and quite fun. First one is getting to the YouTube partnership program, because I can then have more features to give back to you guys and make things a bit more fun. One thing I'm looking to do is kind of do a couple of streams that are in the week, but they're for the community, a bit more for the community instead of for everyone, and they will be working on some of the art for a future video, so you can get you can actually do input and feedback on that one. Yeah, I completely agree, Koi. Once I hit the 4K mark, I can hit that balance point, because it's no longer a I have to get this, I have to do this, I'm worried about this. It's that, correct me if I'm wrong, Koi, because I know you know this, I believe it's just a one-time thing. You need to get into the partnership program, and then you don't have to do the rolling 4K. It's just that whole posting at least once every 6 months minimum they've got, and keep your channel going that way. I know there's several requirements on there, but you're not chasing that rolling 12-month period, which is the biggest bane of anyone's life. It's so much effort to do that on some channels. I love doing the content. It's just, it can be a bit of a it can be a bit time consuming, and definitely a numbers game. Although that's being calm down, think before I speak. That being said, I am quite enjoying doing live streams since I got into them last year, and spending a bit of time just working on the live streams with you guys, just hanging out, chilling, chatting, working on a few things, and then just yeah, having some fun. And I think some of our most awesome ideas have come out of live streams, like the Helmon series, which is awesome, the Ben 10 Kaiju. I just have to figure out how I'm going to translate that into an actual series. Helmon's been requested as a proper series, but I don't know if we've got enough hell of a boss characters to fuse in unless we start reusing characters with different Pokemon. Actually, that's a question. Is that something you guys would be up for? Reusing some of the characters from Hell of a Boss, like maybe using Blitzo, but not with Miraidon. Maybe using it with an older one, like Blitzo mixed in with a Blastoise or something. Oh, that's awesome, Koi-Fish, if it's one and done, because that's just, we're planning to hit that mark this year. It's one of my goals. I got a feeling this year's going to be a good year for, I'm motivated at the moment, so hitting my targets is definitely something that I'm up to doing this year. So my first resolution is that balance, and part of that is getting that watch time, as it were, for the partnership program. And then my second resolution, I did a couple, is just to give more back to you guys. So more stuff on the channel, more perks for the supporters that kind of like give that a little bit extra, and just working that in with the balance so that it all ties in nicely. Also improving my art style a little bit, so that digital painting, I'm learning so much, incorporating that into what we're doing kind of gives the whole feel of being able to gives a bit of the feel of being able to do what we need to do in that regard. Yeah, I am on that there. Cool. Just darken a few bits up in between. I mean, I know we're doing like Pokemon generation, it's a bit of their style, but I've kind of decided I'm just going to do some in my style as well. Middle of the stream. Yeah, Pokemon style, and then start rendering. Yep, my style's coming through more. But yeah. If you guys haven't already though, if you could smash the like button, I think everybody who's in is kind of like smashed like, but once we get the kind of like once we get that going, it does help. I can't believe we've been going for an hour and it's one picture already. It just shows how long it takes, but we're going to be going for quite a while today. Going to be doing a couple of these pictures. Appreciate people need to dip in and dip out for what they're doing, but I'll be here regardless throughout the stream, obviously, and just working it through. And if I see anyone, say hi. If you're new in the chat and you've just joined, say hi. We're taking Pokemon types from Gen 1 at the moment, and we are literally just changing them. So this is a rock type Jinx, keeping the main basis to start with as our first kind of like our first design for one, and then just working on that as we go. Hello, I'm Sarah. Hi, Sarah. Or Sarah. I pronounced it how I read it, but it could be Sarah or Sarah. Either way, welcome to the stream. I apologise if I got it wrong, or if I got it right in one of those two, then great. Welcome. It is. You see a name and you read it, and you always as a YouTuber, you're like, have I said that right? Is it close enough? Am I going to get in trouble? Sometimes you just got to say it and then pray you've got it right. I've probably asked this before, and those who have done it on other streams, you can answer again if you want, but what's your favourite Pokemon for those that are watching? I did say it earlier, my favourite is Lucario. I don't know, I just think, probably because I do martial arts and stuff, I just like the whole concept of his design ever since I kind of like saw him in that movie or that series bit where they went back in time, olden days, in one of the movies. It's just like, always loved the character. Although I can't draw him to save my life 9 times out of 10. We've got a Pikachu, Tyranitar, a Pikachu Eevee, and a Spragchibol. Got some awesome suggestions there, awesome choices for your favourite ones. Tyranitar seems to be quite a popular one with people as well. Pikachu, obviously, is a good one. I think we're almost done with this initial, well, with our first design, and then we'll be working on the next one from the random generator. I was tempted to just do a completely random style for the design, but this one's kind of like my warm-up piece, because there's the thought that I could do a more paintery style, but I think having more recognizable Gen 1-ish style with my renderings probably a good starting point on this. Just add a few bits here. What's everyone's favourite Pokemon game? I have to admit, I haven't played many Pokemon games. I've played a couple. I started off on the original, like Red and Blue and Yellow, then Gold and Silver on the Game Boy ages ago, and then I think I played a Pokemon game on the Game Boy Advance for a bit, and it's not until recently with the kind of like the Scarlet and Violet that I've actually played properly on the newer games, which I'm really enjoying. So it says, it's so weird, I had 13 subscribers, now I have 12. Yeah, you'll find that they come and go from time to time. YouTube also clears subscribers out if someone's not been active watching your channel and that for a while, I think. I wouldn't worry about subscriber count on your channel as such. I know there's a few milestones to hit. So I think 100's a good one to have, and then usually like the 1,000 milestone or the 500 ones, they're like these free starting milestones, but it's one of those ones to kind of focus on the community and the content, and your subscribers will come along. Everybody makes the mistake of chasing subscribers to start with. I did it, but yeah, sorry, slight sidetrack. You're probably not chasing subs, but it's one of those ones where it will actually happen over time. It's just a case of just need to go with it. But you will notice it'll fluctuate up and down, same as your any watch time you've got goes up and down on a daily basis, because they cut off the watch time from like 12 months ago. So if I had, you might lose watch time one day, gain more the next day. Hello, Matthew. A meerkat pose is easier to draw than you thought. Yeah, meerkats are sometimes easier. Sarah says, tonight I'm watching a movie. What movie are you watching? Is it anything good? Right, we finished our rock type Jinx. I'm going to just take off the background. I want to save a PNG of that. Am I able to send this over? Yes. We'll turn the Wi-Fi off afterwards. I say that, it's going to take forever, isn't it? Let me just check if that's sent in a minute, guys. I kind of like just want to add it to the sprite we've got at the bottom, if it lets me. Nope, okay, that's fine. It doesn't want to let me, so I'll do that later. But for now, we've got our first one, which is our Jinx of the rock type. Oh, Jinx is a funky rock type. That's the shiny version, everybody. Madagascar 3. Oh, that's quite a good one. You're a Cuphead fan, and they call you a legend. Oh, koi fish. You're gonna have to see if they're a legend. Oh. We're all fans. Well, most of us are fans of Cuphead on here. I've had a sort of like game or two on Koi's channel and got the game. Oh, Koi, I still haven't completed 100% of the original yet. So yeah, it's quite interesting. Right, let's bring this over here and we can get in our second Pokemon. Are we ready for this? Let's spin the Pokeball. Uh-oh. Okay, if it, let's put a rule at this. If it's the actual type, the chance, like the type of it, like Chansey and Fairy, I'm gonna roll again, because that's just no point in that. That's just, yeah. Oh, Clefairy is a fire type. Yep, we're doing that. That's going to be so much fun to do. Okay, so I want fire type. I want some references, like an image of fire type Pokemon, because I know Infernape and stuff, but yeah, you're right. Getting better does take practice, and I haven't practiced on Cuphead at all. I do have to say, I haven't done that. So as you can see, I get loads of reference images up, and if you're doing anything art, I recommend a reference image. And we'll jump down here so you can see kind of like the... Where's the camera going? There we go. You can see a bit more of the actual artist element going on. Alright, let's just test the size of that. That's fine. It's always good fun to get some Pokemon, get some fire types, and just mix and match stuff a little bit. Oh, I have to say, yeah, I love the Cuphead series on Netflix as well. It's absolutely awesome. I'm hoping they bring more seasons out, because that would be really cool. Okay, so it's cute. So it's going to be kind of like one of these. Okay, that's quite cool. So there's not much I can do to change the pose of Clefairy. I know we were planning to do it, but I can't really do much on that pose as it stands. But I will be changing a pose later up. Tell I've kind of warmed up a little bit, can't you? I'm gonna have so much fun with this design though. Don't think I made the circle chubby enough, or long enough going down actually. Kind of is like just like a chubby plushie, isn't it? I've warmed up a bit now that I've done the first one. Welcome, Stuart. For Charizard, I could do Grass and Dragon. If it comes up as Grass and Dragon, then yeah, it would be quite cool. We will probably take some suggestions a bit later on, maybe in an hour or so. But for now, we're doing a random generator that says pretty much which Pokemon and which type to swap them to. The only times to re-roll are if they're one that we've done, and if it's one that's its own type at the moment. So if I had Charizard and Fire, that's pointless doing Charizard as a Fire type. Thank you. It's just practice in terms of being good at the art. It takes a bit of time, but it is. I know I'm not going to get these eyes right. This funky mouth. So what I do is I kind of draw the original Pokemon in rough structure, and then once I've got that base shape, I'll then tweak it to have the new type, just so we can kind of keep it a bit true to the original. So I've got that base structure in place now. Let's shrink that down a little bit actually. Being a fire type, let's start with some cool fire bits. So I think one of the cool bits is we should actually make this just a whole fire bit like you've got with but the swirl bit is actually going to be a part of the fire. Kind of keep that swirl in there a little bit, which would be quite cool. I'm kind of bad at drawing, but I'm good at drawing Cuphead. Everyone's good at drawing something. It's practice. You'll find that without a reference picture 9 times out of 10, unless I've warmed up and I've been drawing quite a bit that day, I'm really bad at drawing. And there are some things I can't draw, like trains and vehicles. I have a hard time drawing them. So when we had the Venomized Polar Express on that live stream, that was a challenge. But yeah, it's all good fun. The eyes tend to be... I think I'll give it these for the side of the eyes. I mean, the nice thing about some of these is I don't have to go too over the top with the change. Especially with the type of Pokemon, if it's a it's like a Clefairy, it's almost like a starter, so you don't want to go too over the top on what you're doing. At the same time, you want to make sure it's actually going how you want it to go. So I will be changing the colour scheme up, definitely. But I think I'll also give it... I'll give it this bit, but I'll give it kind of like a fiery tail as well and change the colour. This is going to be the quickest one that we've ever done. There's not much in the design to change. I mean, we could just completely change this up massively to be more of like a whole flaming fireball. But I don't think that's going to work quite so nice with the actual design that we've got. We kind of just want to keep it nice, simple and working, if that makes sense. Awesome, congratulations for getting the 5 likes on your Cuphead edit. It's always nice when you start getting the likes coming in on something, channel or a like a live stream or a video. Kind of like just, it's that little boost of adrenaline and that kind of like, yes, somebody likes it. Okay, so if I take that one off, okay, so I need to add some cheeks. I'm going to give it little fiery cheeks. It looks like a weird moustache at the moment, but they are fiery cheeks, I promise. And then we'll ink this one to make it look like it's how we want it to be. So it does go to show though how intricate a design is to how long it takes. And then we just yeah, it's just one of those things where it's like, I will do what they do on this though at times. I may just change the lines and the inking at the end of this to be more in line with the colour that's actually gone in for the flame bits. I know sometimes they kind of change the coloration up a little bit, which is cool, but see what happens on it. Just definitely don't want to make too much of a change on something that's kind of known for its cuteness, so we're kind of keeping a cute effect. I suppose that's the one thing about when you redesign something or you change the type, it's how much do you change it by and what do you do for it, because you want it to be, you kind of almost want to do a who's that Pokemon at the end and make sure it's recognizable for people to see it, but at the same time you want them to struggle to figure it out even though it's simple. It's like if this was a water type, I'd probably put fins on it and all sorts, which would completely throw people, but it's just what you do. I mean, if we look at the silhouette of this one, I think that would throw people, because you wouldn't it looked like a start of a Clefairy, but then you have this big flaming tail at the back, which would be quite an interesting one to have. But yeah, it is good fun doing this actually. I like the fact that the colour scheme we're probably going to have on this afterwards is going to be quite nice. It's quite deceiving as well, because fire types tend to be quite aggressive in nature, even if they look cute. So it's going to be interesting. Maybe I should come up with some personalities for this in a video afterwards and just do a time lapse of the drawing and then stick it in like a little Pokedex entry or something. That'd be quite cool. I am thinking of doing a create my own Pokemon episode or something, where I take the Pokemon designs and we kind of like take the types and then we just create a Pokemon. But everything cool. Okay, so let's start with some of the fun on this. So we want a nice orangey colour for the base. They tend to go with this orange colour normally. The lighter parts of the fire are always this like really bright. So let's get these really bright parts of the fire in when we do it. If it's a really light fire, they've got a kind of like a light orange, but yeah. Roblox Battles. Hi and welcome to the stream. Loving your profile picture. We're just doing some type swaps, so at the moment we've kind of got a Clefairy that's being type swapped to a fire type, which is yeah, it's definitely interesting and fun. But I might want to just drop that down a bit in colour. That's the colour. Colour this bit of the cheek in, and then I'll so the inside bit's going to be brightest because it's the hottest area of the flame. Which means this entire bit around here will be. So what's everyone up to today? Are we doing anything fun? I mean, I don't know what time it is in the world where you guys are. It's nearly 12:30 in the afternoon, so it's pretty much midday over here in the UK. Yeah, that'll do for the red. Move that up a little bit. Working as always, listening to this. That sounds about right, Koi. Aye, so you're an hour ahead. 12:30 in the morning. Nice. It's gotten dark outside quick. I think I'm going to be in for a bit of rainfall later. That's the red I want. Kind of got Charmander, Charmeleon vibes from this, but it's pretty much the way it's going to go when it's a fire type and it's cute. But I do think I want to bring the orange base colour down a bit for the ears. Maybe. Let's see what this looks like. Oh, that works. Oops. Just colour these bits in by hand. Could probably have gone around them just as quick, but it is fun to do things by hand a little bit at times. And then just give it a little bit of pink inside the mouth. Oh, I took off the bits on the feet, didn't I? I'll add them in a second. Woo. Woo. Looks a bit more like a fire steel type now. It does have that kind of feel to it, doesn't it, Koi? Right, next bit here is to add highlight. And then go in with a darker colour for oh, that kind of looks cute. Overlay, get our add layer, get our two colours, and our brush setup. Cool. So let's figure out where this light's going to come from. Most of it's going to come from the main body bit around here. So this bottom bit up to about here probably be in flames. Kind of weird because I can't, if I want to do it how it's kind of looking, I can't really use the reference image for the lights and shadows. They don't always work that well. But I could do a little shadow underneath the flame just for a bit of fun. I kind of like that. This one won't actually take too long to do in comparison to the other ones, just because it is a massively simpler design. Let's see how that looks on the layer. Kind of feel like I want to add a bit of let's see how this looks, adding a bit of a flame detail into the I don't want it to be too much, I just want it to be enough to be, yeah, I quite like that. Give a bit more of an idea that it's fire and hotter, where it's more towards the center. Give a bit more of an effect to it. And then the last bit is just adding a few super bright bits. Just to give a little bit more of a it's a fiery puffball. What do you guys think? Awesome, Tegan. And wow, that's a high score out of 10. Thank you so much for that. I kind of like how this one came out. Not gonna lie, it's got a nice little effect to it. Just add a little bit of light down there just to give it. Adverts, go away. Cool, so that's our second one done. Let's just revert everything back, ready for the next one. That's our fire type fairy. I think it's time to have a look, see what we've got next. Yeah, they do. They kind of came out like a bit of a mustache, Matthew. I do agree with that. It's got kind of like a nice feel to it for the change in style. Tegan says it looks cute. And Koifish says, simple but awesome. I was quite lucky that that's a simple design. Some of these designs can be really chaotic. So go for the next one. Do we want to do Grime or Muck as a fire type? Let me know in the comments, because we've just done a fire type, but also it's just going to be a walking ball of lava. I just changed the colours and it's done. So do you want to do that one? I'm going to give this one up for a choice if we can roll again or we do this one, but we can only do one more roll. So put a 1 to roll again, a 2 to actually do this one, and we'll see what's happening. Sup, Geordie Wolf? Happy New Year to you too. So just to recap for those that have just joined, we've done Jinx as a rock type and Clefairy as a fire type. And we're just debating if we do Muck as a fire type. I think let's roll again and hope we get something a little bit better, because we've just done a fire one and Muck would just be just colour changing because he's like a ball of lava. Ooh. Gloom as an electric type. Yeah, yep. This is going to be an interesting one. Just to make sure the pen's right and the coloration on that pen. That's better. Yeah, I think we're right. It was too similar, and it looked like an Alone in the Muck. It probably would, but no, we've got Gloom as a electric type to draw now. So let's get on with it. I'm wondering if we actually end up with a Charizard at some point, or if we just do a Charizard by the end and just type swap it. But Gloom is an electric type. Let me just... I mean, I know it's basically yellows and stuff and sharper angles. I just want a double check on a couple of the... That's more the colour scheme I want for the other ones. Okay, that's cool. I've got an idea. I could have fun with this one. Okay, Gloom is an electric type. Let's draw the original Gloom design, as it were. So, for those of you that have just joined, I tend to draw the Pokemon out first and then add the type swap over the top. Just to make it a bit more relatable to the original Pokemon in question. Koi Fish says, turn the balls on top to Tesla coils. Possibly. I was thinking something to do with that, looking at some of the other types. Also, we need to have more jaggedy edges on stuff, but if we draw the initial one in first, I tend to get the proportions out, and then after that we can so Gloom's got this kind of like sad expression, but I think maybe we should change the sad expression to a bit more of a hyped up one because of all the electricity going through. That being said, I kind of like the idea of an electric type drooling as it's half asleep. That could be quite a fun thing to do. Definitely could be an interesting one to do. I'm not sure I like the fact his eyes are just... just wisps like that with a sad mouth. It goes into like a lot of drool coming out. In fact, there's more detail in the drool on the face than there is anywhere else. I'll have to have a look at that in a minute, Koi. A Gloom with the eyes open, that's kind of an interesting concept. Bring that down a little bit. Right, well that's Gloom. So let's shrink this down and have some fun on this one then. So I kind of get what you mean by the Tesla coil bits. I think I'm gonna... yeah, it's daytime for me as well. Glad to see the sun's coming out a bit more, but well, I say daytime. It's around the lunchtime mark, but it's quite cool. Yeah, I kind of think we need. I'm going to move 2 of them up like Tesla coils. Obviously, I've got to add some electric bits around it near the end. But we've got that. We're going to have the... that middle bit in the flower bit, though, I think maybe I want to... give it kind of like the... I've got the Tesla coil effect, but I kind of also want to give it a bit of a... the Dene-esque thing going on. Oh, I know what you mean. I can do that as well. I can improvise that. That's not a problem. We can make him that on the end of these like Tesla coil bits that stick up. I kind of want it, I want it to look a bit like a plant, but not a plant. But also, I kind of want these leaves to be now like razor sharp. So they're electric. They're going to be like steel. Yeah, I know the ones you want. You mean the ones that are like dark with that like red and blue and purpley like lightning bits going from one bit to another when someone touches it. The ones you see in the science museums where you put your hands on it and your hair goes spiky. I'm going to change gloom to look a little bit more. I swear I'm just going to play that advert one time and draw the Immortal Lord of Dreams. I decided I'm going to keep the facial expression but have a bit of fun. This is the weirdest looking one we've done yet. As for the mouth, I don't... Still kind of got drooling, just for the fun of it. Yeah, we'll go with that. It's going to look better once I've actually coloured and rendered it a little bit. In theory. It's kind of like an attitudey gloom. Still got that look on its face, but yeah. You have school next week? No. I have work next week, so I'm like, no. I can completely relate to that one. Yeah, so let's start bringing these into play a little bit. I want to make this more circular in shape as well too. I have to say, it would be quite interesting. I might do a short or something where I take the silhouettes of these and the originals and people can guess the type or something. That'd be quite interesting. I wonder what we get next. I hope we kind of get a really cool design one. Maybe a dragon or something. What about you guys? What do you think we should hope for next? What would you guys like to see next? It's probably the better question. See what we've got on it and see what happens. Colours for this are going to be like very yellow, black and blue. It's going to be quite interesting to do. Might end this with like an epic type swap when we get to near the end of the stream, so like in the last hour or so or a couple hours, and just do one highly detailed Pokemon maybe. That being said, we're a bit of a way off from that. Ah, I didn't connect a line somewhere. That's an interesting idea. I might actually do some of that. I might do the two sticking up as plasma balls, and the other ones as like electrodes or some like a like the electrode design. That's actually quite cool. Yeah, the Electrobus colours is something I was thinking about, Koi. That's definitely a potential way of getting it to work. But I also like the idea of adding a adding those bits to it. Just grabbing a bit of snack a minute while we keep me going. What's everyone's favourite electric type other than Pikachu? I know Pikachu's the main favourite of people, but has anybody got another electric type that's their favourite? Hearing Luxray, Zekrom, Luxray. I have to say mine's going to be Luxray. Although I do like Toxicity's look from the Gen 9s, but Luxray and Jolteon kind of are my favourite two electric types. I know Pikachu's quite a simple one to do, but yeah, I say those ones are right. Let's get a Vickerfold. Yeah, that's not a bad one. Right, let's add some of these darker colours to the design just to flesh it out a little bit. Did you know we're not interested? Goodbye. Oh, I like that, Tegan. That's not a bad idea. My Hero Academia characters as Pokemon. I did do a series where I was training when I was drawing them as trainers, just one character kind of like up close with the Pokemon. So Deku had Lucario. A few of the other ones. Uraka had Abra. I think it was Abra and Mew in her one. And I think I did one more. I think I did the sound one. You know, the earphone jack was her quirk. I can't remember her name. Was it Kyoto? Anyway, I did her with like Explosion and Loudred, which were quite cool. I kind of feel this could be a character in like a weird Pokemon game or something. Not Pokemon, Pac-Man, like a like an electric berry type thing that's been possessed by the ghost. Right, Electrode's like a Pokeball, isn't it? So Bomberman style, yeah, it does have that effect. Ah, so Electrode's got it on the bottom bit for the red. That's cool. So we'll do that. It would be interesting to see if we got a if we got Mewtwo as one or something on there, but we can't just pick it. Yeah, I'm kind of thinking about the evolutions as I do this as well, Matthew. It would be maybe I should do an episode at some point where I do the evolution forms or something. Thinking Mewtwo as a ghost type would be quite cool if I got that. I'm just trying to think what I want to do in terms of the kind of like the leaf effect. I think potentially red eyes might be quite cool. No, I don't like them. Bright blue? Oh, that's more. Maybe I should put this blue into the leaves. Just really be crazy with it. Ironically, I've done that and that looks kind of cool, but I'm not doing that. Yeah, that's on a different layer then, isn't it? Yeah, there we go. Jasmine Jazz, swapping Pokemon. That is so amazingly fantastic. I'm glad you think so, and welcome to the stream. We've done a couple already. We've done Jinx as a rock type and Clefairy as a fire type. So we're now on Bloom as an electric type, which is coming along quite nicely at the moment. Right, so I think I need a reference picture. Okay, that's cool. I can actually make that darker for what I want. Because that detail is going to kind of get added at the end for that effect. I kind of want to do the glow electric things and that at the end to make that stand out. So let's do our layers for the colouring process that we do. I guess for anyone who's new to the stream and to the channel, I'll let you know what I'm kind of doing with the layers. So I create 2 layers that are set to a hard light, and they are down to like 50%, and they allow me to effectively do my shadows and then get darker shadows as I build it up. Then I've got like an overlay layer and an add layer, which just add the extra bits to it. Tegan's asked the question, what is your advice on making is that sense or a scene with what you're writing? If it's sense, it's continuity is the key. If you reference something that's crucial later on, you need to be able to reference it back correctly in that. If it's making a scene in terms of the setting and that, I guess it's picturing how you want it. It's not really much else advice you can do on that. It's ideally picture yourself, either way you're doing it, for making sense of something, picture yourself in that scenario as you're writing it, and does it make sense to you? And then the next question is, does it make sense to a person if they read it? And maybe get someone else to have a look or a read of it as well, just to make absolutely sure. Okay, so let's work on this a little bit. Trying to work out where all the shadows will go on this now. Had a lot of adverts lately, haven't we? I want some shadow on this because in a minute, or at the end, I'm going to put kind of like a light pen on it and build up the actual effect that happens. Yeah, Matthew, it's kind of coming out better than I thought it would. I've decided on these, I'm not going in with any set idea for a type and a Pokemon in mind. It's create them on the fly, as it were. I think that's where we get the best effect come out of these characters, is just to take the original Pokemon and then start adding elements of the types after bringing up a reference image of them. Kind of wanting to keep it true to the Pokemon style at the same time as being in my style a little bit. Although I am looking to do some Gen 9 ones from the new game at some point and type swap them, because I've had a lot of fun fusing them with the Helmon in the Helmon series, with fusing them with the characters from Hell of a Boss. Those have come out really well. And I think that's something I'd like to keep going, is that series, whether it's on the just live streams only or not. Although we also got the Ben 10 Kaiju series, which is quite cool as well. But there's going to be a few more Pokemon things on the channel. I'm toying with the idea of creating my own Pokemon, so taking a random generator for types and making like an evolutionary line. So you'll have like a trio evolution, like starter, middle and full form, and then also adding a adding one where it's a kind of like a duo evolution, so like where you got Pikachu and Raichu, and then a single one which could be a legendary or it could just be a standalone Pokemon. But toying with those ideas, and I started on a couple. I'm not going to show them because they're not finished, but it will potentially, if it's going to happen, will happen this month on a video, which I think would be quite cool to test the waters. But I'm also enjoying doing the as I said at the start of the stream, I don't know who was here and who wasn't out of the people that are here, so apologies for saying it again, but I'm also enjoying doing the kind of like the digital paintings I've done with Nomura and Sada from the Pokemon Scarlet game. I'm having a lot of fun doing those ones in my spare time, just sitting down, not really recording the screen or worrying about it, and just spending 6 to 8 hours throughout a day here and there just drawing and rendering them out, really. I do like how simple Pokemon designs are, though. I really like the whole effect of them, sort of like overall on that. Just like the whole. I like the fact that there's no set type for Pokemon as well. They can, in terms of the design, they're either super simple or super complex or a mixture in between. So it's kind of a bit for everybody. Now here's the fun part. I think I want lightning blue. To start with. We want to Sorry guys, just sorting the music out. I just want something to chill to when we get past the adverts. And I know the plasma balls kind of have this red colour one as well. So you want to, where it's kind of hitting, it goes that red colour. Hopefully, Koi Fish, this is what you had in mind with those plasma wall bits. A legendary electric grass type Sonic Gloom. Oh, that's got to go on screen. And then, I suppose, do we go with like the golden colour electric around him for the side bits? Or do we go with more of a, kind of thinking of blue? Yeah, blue. Let's make this drool electric as well. Just add a few. Don't want too many. I just want enough to be. Just implying the electric, like, frosty of this Pokemon. Kind of like that. Just wondering if I should bring that up a layer above that one instead. Yeah. Cool. And that's our electric gloom. I quite like this one actually. Cool. So that's our third one done. Right, let's see what we get for the fourth one, shall we? Yeah, I think it's pretty much the best one as well. So, bring it up so you can see the random generator. And Deadpool in the background. But yeah. So, we're going to find out what this one is going to be. Hopefully it's going to be a good one. Ooh. Ah, but it's rock type. I don't think that would look quite cool as a rock type. I'll tell you what, I'll give it up to the chat because we get one free roll on each one, but then we've got to go to the next one. So, do we do a free roll? So just say roll if you want to roll again, or just put no to keep it as Seadra as a rock type. And I'll leave this to you guys a minute and we'll see what we get. So while that's happening, I'll just reset the brushes on this one. Galahound 19 says roll. We've got 2 rolls. I don't know how many are actually in the stream at the moment. How many have we got? Yeah, okay, we'll roll again. Pidgey as a normal type. Oh, I've got to do it, but I don't know what I'm going to do for it. That's going to be okay. I've got no idea on what to do for this. I'm gonna have to, yeah, reference image this because this is gonna be interesting. Normal flying type Pokemon. I don't want flying. Okay, normal type Pokemon. I suppose it's like greyed out and it's just... Is Pidgeot a normal type Pokemon? Because that's a reroll if that's the case. Hang on. You're right, it's a normal flying one. Yeah, no, that's a reroll. Thank you for that, Koi, because I didn't know what I was going to do for that. So, awesome. Thank you very much. I'm super stoked about that one. Koi Fish for the saving. Before we do reroll, though, Galahound19 asks, hey, Dempsey, what video or piece of art of yours are you most proud of? Originally, it was my Optimus Prime Venomized piece I was most proud of. However, recently it's hard to tell. I've got a few. I like the Nimona digital piece and the Shadow digital piece we did on that live stream. Those are my two like digital painting style ones that I'm most proud of. In terms of the other style that I'm most proud of, I think it's going to be the Luna and Crydon Helmon fusion we did, and it's the Diamond Head Kaiju are my two favourite pieces that I've done, but it's because they've come out so well with every aspect of them. That's out of what I've done from my drawings. There are a few in the community redraws that I've done that I think are absolutely amazing and yeah, absolutely fantastic. So it just varies on them. Right, here's our reroll. Oh! It's already a fire type. We're gonna have to reroll. Is Charmeleon a dragon type? Because I know Charizard is, but is Charmeleon? No, it's just a fire type. Awesome. But that's going to be kind of Charizard. Yeah, I'm going to have to re-roll. I was hoping it'd be a water type or something, but his evolutions are all dragon type, which kind of defeats the idea of that. Yeah, I'd say an overall Moltres as a fairy. Oh, we've got to do it. We've got to do it. Right, let's bring up some fairy types for reference to get an idea of common attributes they have. And let's just make sure that's just definitely fairy type. This is going to be really interesting to do. It's going to be wait, you're telling me a Mimikyu's a fairy type? Okay, so he's got to have cute eyes, pink in colour. Okay, that's going to be quite cool. And then we want... I want to change the pose to this, but I need a decent... Need a slightly decent image for the face. There we go, that's a decent image. Enough for me to be able to do what I want to do. Cool. Okay then guys, it is now time to do this. Is going to be an interesting one to do. Never expected to do Moltres as a fairy type at all. So yeah, it's going to be fun. In fact, before we do that, Koi Fish is going to have a look at something from My Little Pony. Okay, random, but fair enough. I'm just going to have a look for something. Can I find one? Give me 2 seconds, guys. I just want to see if I can do something a second to make it a bit more cool in the stream. Yes! Awesome! Oh, do we have a little green flash then for the handshake? I just wanted to change this guy over. Just gotta get him the right size, so give me a second to resize him, guys. But if we're gonna draw Moltres, maybe you should have a Moltres in the bottom corner. Yeah, I think that green flash just appeared. Galaham19 asks, "Hey Dempsey, I know it's early days, but how's the community redraw coming along?" It hasn't, other than deciding roughly what I'm going to do with it and checking how many submissions we've got to make sure we've got enough to start it. But yeah, I've kind of taken inspiration from is it Cage? It was a YouTube streamer. And they basically had all these little sprites in their Nuzlocke, Shiny Nuzlocke game over the last couple of days that they were doing on the new Pokemon Violet. And I thought it'd be quite cool to actually have something like that happening here. So I just find the images every now and again and I'm just dropping them in. And hopefully it's working. But anyway, we're going to do Moltres as a fairy type, which is something completely new to me, so it's going to be interesting. Just want to shrink this down a bit and get our reference images up, because there's no way I can draw Moltres without a reference image. And then we'll get started. I think I'm going to take that pose, got those, which is quite cool, and yeah, let's start drawing Moltres as a fairy type. So let's start with Moltres' head, because I just want the basic bird shape in, because I'm going to keep it as kind of the bird designed for Moltres, because it is a legendary bird. It's just going to become a fairy type bird, and I don't want any influence from fairy type birds if they do exist. Just the wings and everything are going to kind of change in a minute for... This is going to be the weirdest drawing I've ever done so far in this stream. Or potentially on the channel. So just want to get a basic... The other thing of fairy types is you kind of, as Jazza explained on his video, which was the whole inspiration for doing the type swaps, to be honest, is they kind of get chubby. It's the best way to do it. They just, you over exaggerate their features after you've drawn them out a bit. But I want to keep it as kind of like a flying bird, but his feet are going to kind of change a little bit. They're not really going to be sharp anymore. Everything's all rounded, so it kind of completely changes to be almost like weird hands at the bottom. Oh my god, this is going to be insane. This is going to be insane. This is them. Of course, they've got to have these really, really big, cute eyes. They got to have their fairy eyes. Wow, that eye looks awesome so far. Yeah, he's going to look super derpy. I completely agree, Koi. It's like, I've just nailed that derpy look with that one eye. It's going to be weird because the wings aren't actually going to be like... It's not even fire, is it? The wings are going to be... I got two choices for the wings. I can either do them like these weird swirly ones. Actually, I quite like that. Or I can do them like or I can do them like a butterfly design. What do we like? The wings will be like silk with fairy dust. Possibly. I don't know if we do it like bug or with fair dust. Fairy dust. No, no, I think it's going to be nope. Struggling to figure out how to design this. Maybe it should be that kind of like winged effect like that with the swirls. Yeah, it's kind of like, ooh, food? Or, ooh, what's that? But I think being a fairy type, I think it's got to have two sets of wings. It's got a tail as well, so I'm thinking the tail's going to be the silky things. Kind of like Articuno's tail. Oh my god, this is the weirdest. I might just ink straight from this when we're done. Just not even tidy this up. I'm kind of like drawing this as I want it, or as it's meant to be as we go along. They always have this little... They've got a little tufty bit on their head, haven't they? So I kind of want to do... It's going to have this weird plumage effect. Koi, I have to say, this is weird, but I will keep going with it. This is kind of fun. I want to do something around the neck. I forgot something cool around the neck on them. They always have this like frilly. Thing around the neck on a couple of the fairy ones, don't they? Almost like a... Now we got the clown of all Pokemon. Yeah, that eye is really going somewhere. Galahow19 asks, hey Dempsey, little question. How many community redraws have you got planned out already? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. About 8 out of 12. Potentially planned out. They could change, but I've got a whiteboard behind me with my targets and my plans and everything set up. I've got to actually update that. I think it's on. Yeah, I've got basically aiming for a few goals and milestones this year on YouTube, as you guys know. Yes, I took inspiration from the wings for that one, to be honest. A little bit. Just wanted to give it more of like a flying butterfly effect onto the wings as well. Because this is the weirdest Pokemon. I think we're going to leave it as that, as the weirdest going Moltres in history. "19 cups of coffee and the rest." It's the eye. The eye's doing it. I know the face is normally like rounded, but I don't know how to change. I want to keep the beak. Alright, anyway, let's start this and see what happens. So I'm going to start with that eye because that eye kind of looks cool. And the eye's always kind of just, yeah. And then we've got this kind of, they have like one forward curl here, and then it just all goes into like these big plumed curls, with this kind of like looking like a, maybe we'll just add one more little one in there. This is definitely the weirdest Pokemon design I've ever done. That's not a bad idea, actually. I've written that down so I can see where I can slot that in onto it. I've not done an SCP redraw, so that's actually quite a cool idea. Yeah, Galahound, that's quite cool. When that one's done, I will do a shout out to you for the suggestion. Yeah, I got to say, this was one weird Pokemon design. Can't even be a sharp beak as well, that's the fun part. And in terms of colours and that, I haven't even gotten anywhere near what I've got in mind for the colours on this. This is going to be really... yeah, this is just going to be the weirdest. This one might have to be the thumbnail picture once the stream's kind of like done. Potentially, just... yeah. I don't know what we've drawn here. Hi, Money Fishman. Welcome to the stream. And assertiveness not found. Pastel colours. Yes, definitely. Doing a fairy type version of Moltres is going to have some kind of pastel-y colours, like the pale pinks and that, just to come out. But yeah, this is the most random type swap we've had. So we've had Jinx as a rock type, which just looks like a bit of a Jinx-based rocky statue. We had Clefairy as a fire type, which actually came out quite nice. Gloom as an electric type, which is probably our favourite one so far. But after this one's done, I think this might be my favourite one for just the wacky variety. In fact, let's change that. It's a fairy type, isn't it? So the legs on fairy types often go... Some of them actually go fluffy cloud. Money Fishman, yes, that is... Well, Koi says... this is a pigeon in full drag such as a queen. No, this is Moltres done as a fairy style Pokemon. So everything basically becomes round and soft for a fairy type. And yeah, I'm kind of trying to keep it so it's recognizable. It's a flying type and could potentially be one of the legendaries. But I'm also aware that this is probably the hardest thing to do, because this looks like a... This is Moltres' derpy cousin. It's probably the best way that we're going to call this. No, this is a type swap episode, Money Fishman. We are swapping the types thanks to a random generator. So we take the types of the Pokemon. We get a Pokemon. I don't know if any of you have seen Jazz's Pokemon type swap, but we basically take his tool for Gen 1 Pokemon. We then have it where we... so we then have that as a random generator, and the only criteria for changing and re-rolling are if it's the same type as the existing Pokemon, which we had a couple of times before this, or it's one that's very close to what we've done before. Because if it's one that we've done close before, it's kind of... we can do it, but it's not quite as fun as having one that's not been done. It's like... quite enjoy just the whole idea of dropping this in and going, yeah, by the way, we've got this, so enjoy. Alright, so I need pastel colours. Do I have a pastel palette? Will that work? Don't think that's pastel-y enough, to be honest. They are kind of pastel colours, but yeah, assertiveness. Fake Otto would be quite an interesting name for this one. Yeah, Tegan, that sounds about right. Do we do it? I don't want it to be blues because that looks too much like it's a... Okay, that's a good starting base. And we'll swap the palette back to the main one that we're going to use, because we'll use that in a bit. That's a nice pastel pink starting colour. So that way we can then build up the colours. So the eyes need to be more of a... Or the eye, this epic eye that we've got built in here. Gonna do it this kind of colour. And usually when it's that, then we want a midway bit for it. And I noticed some of the fairy types have like a gradient on their eye. Before going straight into like a solid white colour at the top here. But I think that one needs to be a bit more on the darker side. There we go. It's got its eye. So we're going to have a blue colour around the collar. I kind of think we want to make that, add a little bit of blue into it. But I don't want too much, so maybe this and the tail if that blue works. Yeah, that's pastel-y enough, I think. Yeah, this is definitely the most unique design I've ever done on a Pokemon. Probably the most unique design I've seen on a Pokemon, to be honest. They often have a super pale bit inside, which needs to go behind everything. It's kind of like the belly bit and that, so it kind of comes out from here, and then it can go inside the wings for like the... I will tidy some of this up in a minute, guys. I'm just visually in my head thinking where all this is going to go. I'm also wondering if I just... and they kind of have a dulled out pink. That could be for the beak and the legs. I'm really unsure about this design. I kind of like it, I'm just not sure about it. Many Fisherman says, have you had any bad drawings? I'm not sure about bad drawings, but interesting designs, definitely. Okay, I'll catch you later, Many Fisherman. Don't forget to leave a like if you're still here before you go. And Assertiveness Not Found says the curls could be a pastel yellow. I could try that. That would be quite easy to swap over to if I can find a pastel yellow for the... What do we think? The yellow or the blue? Maybe we'll stick with the blue for now, and then we'll have a look in a minute to see about tweaking it slightly because I'm gonna multicolour. Maybe. I'll tell you what. Let's go back to that yellow we had. In fact, that's a point. If I just oops, I have a lot that. Why have I got the vibe of like this old, rich, baby, posh kid type look to this Moltres now? Yeah, we'll go with this. And we'll give it this look and then see what happens. It's always fun to see what happens with this, so let's see what happens when we start adding the colours to it. Yeah, cotton candy. Yeah, it kind of has that vibe to it a little bit, doesn't it? Alright, I want my dark colour and my light colour so I can swap between the two. Okay, so let's just do a quick colour test. Okay, that might look quite, that'll look quite cool. I just got to figure out where I think it's going to go. I might just, before we do everything, shrink that down and centre it a bit more into the page. And then we can start looking at, I should be able, because this one's going to be quite a bit of a, in a sense, it's almost a clearer design bit, which is quite cool. I think what I might do is, when we do the next one, I might see if I can find one of these little animated bits that are kind of like, I'm trying to point right, kind of below, like the Moltres, down there. And then what we'll do is we'll have that little animated bit. Oh! I'm just going to try that in a minute. More of a pastel green. What do you reckon? Yeah, let's do that. And then change it back to the colours that we want. Because this is going to be, ironically enough, this is not going to take much to colour it, because fairy types don't have much of a rendering on them. They kind of have a, like this plumage kind of will be like that, and then it'll just be, I've got a feeling that 50 is a bit too strong for that. Yeah, they kind of are meat slabs at the moment, Koi. I will get to that bit in a minute. I think if I get the basic shadows in that, it might give a bit of a feel to them a little bit. Might add a bit of a white glow to it near the end or something. No rush, just keeping the conversation going. Oh no, I appreciate it. Yeah, but if you've got any questions or you want to raise questions or ask me anything, you guys, feel free. You know, anything Pokemon related, because we are doing a Pokemon kind of based stream here, or anything art related in general. I know Tegan's one to ask for advice and stuff from time to time, but if anyone else wants to chuck any questions out there, please feel free. I'm more than happy to answer them as we draw. Well, as I draw, and you guys watch. Funny, I think an ad's coming, and then ad's arrived. Oh, controversial question from Koifish Gaming. Does Pokemon glorify violence against animals? I would say no. Yes and no. I'm going to go with no more than yes, though, because it's about capturing them and becoming friends with them as their core message. However, I do get you're battling animals against each other, which is kind of controversial. So I completely get how that bit could come across that way. But yeah, I don't know. What do you guys think? Anyone else got a suggestion for Koi Fish's question? Because that's a good question. It kind of does and it doesn't, if that makes sense. I can see both sides of the argument, really. Yeah, I'm going to go over the line art of this to make it a bit softer in a few areas. Just to make it stand out a bit more on those areas, but also to... kind of just add a bit more to what we've got. That so you can go up a bit. It's kind of weird trying to do this. I gotta say, I could actually picture this one being in Pokemon more than the others. Well, I say more than the others. Obviously, they'd all be in Pokemon, but I could picture this one being more of a I don't know. I could just picture this being more than the other, other than that electric gloom. I think this one would probably fit in a bit more in a new region. But there is so many awesome designs out in the fake Mon communities where people actually, they don't type swap, they do, and they just create their own versions, which is quite cool. Okay, yeah, that's kind of a valid argument there, Koi. I can't argue with that one. Yeah, if you put it in that perspective, I can see your point. Not going to repeat that one out too loud though, because YouTube and all. But yeah, no, I see a very valid point on that one if you look at it from that perspective. Right, let's just go onto this line art here and just make things a bit more of a... Oh, koi fish! There are lots of crazy things on kids shows nowadays and stuff. It's absolutely insane. Some of the stuff that you see in kids shows, when you watch it back, it's like, oh. You watch it back as an adult and you're like, oh my god, was that really? Yeah, they went there. Only because this is a fairy type, am I changing the line colours on it to kind of soften a lot of it up. I think it's just too harsh with some of the colours that we've got. And it does need to be not sort of like sorted, but just kind of brought to be a bit more on the softer side for the whole feel of the Pokemon type. Keep that bit black in the centre. I might just want to do one more. This will make sense in a minute, guys. I'll find the right blending mode. Maybe just normal and bring down the opacity a little bit. There, our fairy type Moltres. Yes, you can pet this Pokemon. This one does not bite. But yeah, this is definitely the weirdest one we've had so far. I'll get a drink a minute and then we can get on to the next one that we've got going. I'm not planning to do 10, I just put 10 down. I don't know how many we're going to do until we finish. It's 2 o'clock now. We've been streaming for 3 hours, which isn't too bad. And we'll just see what keeps happening. So, on to the next one. The Dempsey decks, I like that. Yeah, we're I will be probably designing my own Pokemon set, so yeah, that would be quite interesting. Okay, so the next one we have will be a Clefable as a grass type. We've done Clefairy. Should we roll again to get a different type of Pokemon, or should we do this one as a grass type? I'll let you guys decide, because we've kind of done Clefairy as a fire type, so yes, it is another variation, but it's quite close to what we've got. Roll again? Yeah, roll again. Oh. A Weeping Bell as a fire type. We gotta do it. It's gonna be really easy to do. It's gonna be a flaming chili pepper. Yeah. So if the thing is though, unless it's the same type of it, we've got to do it on the roll. It's the kind of like the rules. So I can only roll again if it's the same type, or it's got part of the same type as the original, or it's something that's really close to what we've done already, and we haven't turned this like a grass type into a fire type. We've done a fairy type into it, but so Weeping Bell fire type. Yeah, it's going to be it won't take long to do this one, to be honest. I'm pretty sure this is going to be one of the quicker ones that we've done. I mean, the general shape of it's pretty easy to do. That's the base shape done. Just want to get the eye in. Oh! Alright, let's make this into a fire type. I mean, this really is the easiest one to do, but sometimes the simpler ones do turn out looking the best. Guess fire types need to have a pretty the eyes are all kind of... Let's make him an angry fire type. I'm gonna have to just add something like a flame coming out of his mouth. Just to emphasize the fire type more than the color. Because there's not really much else we can change on this one. I mean, let's face it. That's basically our fire type. More like a chili pepper. Volcano mouth. Kind of is volcano mouth. Make it more like a chili pepper. It needs to be a bit more... It's a bit more chili pepperish. Possibly. We'll see what happens in a minute on that koi. I get dragon scales would be kind of neat, but we shall see what happens. I do have to like add all the extra bits to it first, so start with its eye. It's fiery personality. Yeah, pure black eyes. Don't know why I spent all that time colouring that in when I could have done that. He's an angry fire type. They all have attitude, don't they? They're all a little bit like yeah. I mean, this is probably the easiest change we've ever done other than that fairy. I mean, make it fire type, turn it orange and turn whatever's soft and friendly into flames and give it angry eyes. What you got? Ta-da! A fire type! Yeah, I might make that dark bit at the top that to emphasise on kind of like a smoke effect. Fire! Alright, so take out that red flare. Let's start with the basic orange colour first. No, I think he's going to have to be more along the lines of that red colour. Yes! We'll make his flames an orange colour. An orange and white colour. Right, so hopefully this colour scheme is going to work quite nicely. Oh, I didn't change the little icon, did I? Never mind. Gonna have Moltres flying around for a bit. Oh, maybe Koi. Yeah, we'll go with yeah, we'll give that a go. I didn't realise I was on a different layer to my alpha lock. Never mind. That works too. So I know Koi's working, but what is everyone else up to today? Some people have got the day off, some people are jumping in and out because they're at school or they've got things going on, but whoever's left in the stream, are you all up to something fun today or just chilling, hanging out and watching me draw some really wacky Pokemon designs. Because type swaps are quite cool. What I really could have done for someone or a game of Pokemon being played in the background as I'm drawing these, that would have probably been really... I missed a trick there. That would have been an awesome idea for a stream. Certainly's just chilling. Tegan's chilling and watching the stream. That's cool. Appreciate you guys having the stream on and watching and joining me for this. This Mon's getting revenge for all the forests that have been burned. Yeah, all the times he's been type matched against a fire type Pokemon and absolutely been burnt to cinders. I'll tell you what though, some of the Pokemon in the new Pokedex have really dark stories. One of them's this like cotton type Pokemon, and the general gist of it is it's got a move called Cotton Sport, but this Pokemon floats on the it floats on the wind, but when all of its the cotton spores that it used to float disappears, you know, they get blown away over time from the wind, it dies. So basically, every time you use the move Cotton Sport in the game, you're killing the Pokemon in effect, from based on its story. Or another one has to die to evolve. It's like, really? Right, this, hopefully... will look right colour-wise. I feel maybe we could have got away with the red down here. Maybe on that, not that top bit, maybe on... Yeah, it's really, really weird for the Pokedex entry. I don't know if they were running out of things to say for it, or... Kind of feel... Detroit Red Wings. Yeah, it does feel a bit, kind of want... That's better. I need that contrasted colour. That's better. So if we merge those down. Oh well, I'm getting impressed that I can actually hit the 50% mark on that straight away. Alright, let's bring back our colours that we're going to use. Make sure we've got that selected. In fact, I ain't even showing you myself drawing this, I've just had that in the background, but that's what it's looking like down here. Oh. Just wondering, how many have we got watching and how many likes have we got so far, guys? Just out of curiosity. This is definitely an angry fire type. Fire eggplant, yep. There's a Gengar behind me. Don't, because I won't be able to see it if there is. You'll, they're mean. They like to play lots of jokes and pranks on people. They are real meansters. Trying to remember how I did some of the fairy type design. I've got to sneeze a minute, guys. Excuse me. I do apologise for that. That came out of nowhere. I think the weirdest bit about doing flames and that is remembering where your actual lines are on the select tool, because it doesn't always. I try not to have the select tool too bright on anything. Welcome back. That's not a problem. I'm still going. You've missed the fairy Moltres, which is the weirdest thing we've drawn so far. I'll do a little preview in a bit for everybody of who's come back and who's still here of what's actually done and showing and that, because it is one of the weirdest designs we've probably had. But this is our Weeping Bell as a fire type, which is nice and simple and quite quick to do. So I say quite quick, it does take a little bit of time doing these, but it's still quite good fun. Definitely one of the more interesting ones we've kind of done. I'm kind of making it a bit more. I know it's a fire type and kind of a plant, well, a fiery plant type. I'm kind of making it a bit more on the I wouldn't say shinier type. Well, shiny side, it's got a bit more of a lighting to it on this a little bit. But we're nearly done with this one. Oh, awesome. Congrats on getting your sixth like on your Cuphead edit. Well, there's our really quick Weeping Bell as a fire type. I say quick because there's not really much else that I can do on this one in comparison to some of the others that we've had on the designs. But yeah, we got to 5, so shall we go for number 6, everybody? What do you reckon? It's time to have a look and see what we got. Are we ready for this? Nidorino as a fairy type. We get 1 reroll, guys, so let me know if you want to roll for a different one, because I think that's going to turn into a Clefairy on all 4s, basically. Shall we roll again? I'll give you guys a second to figure that out while I just grab a quick snack. Yeah, it did turn out really well in the end. Really pleased with that one. I got to say, the Moltres Fairy type's looking quite cool in that, but I like the electric gloom that we've got as well. I'll go through them in a second. So far we've got Jinx is a rock type, Clefairy is a fire type, Gloom as an electric type, Moltres as a fairy type, which is probably the... I quite like this one, and our Weeping Bell as a fire type. And then that's what we're going to be working on in a minute. Roll again. Yeah, it's all about practice when you use editing apps. It took me a couple months to get used to what I'm using, DaVinci Resolve, and once I have, it's sorted. Yeah, we're going to roll again. Oh, gone. Primeape as an electric type. I feel we've got to do this. I feel we have to do Primeape as an electric type. So the first thing I want to do, bring this back down here for you guys, because you don't need to see me hunting for it. Two seconds, guys. I'm just getting a resource. Awesome. So yeah. We've got a cool little Primeape going on the screen now. As we turn him into an electric type. I feel this is going to be like almost an Electrobuzz style character design, but let's go with it. It's going to be interesting and fun. What is my advice on character design? I guess it's all based on personality. So if you know the personality of the character you're designing, start with that. Look for references of the expressions or the mood or the clothing or the style that you get with that type of personality, and then just build it up from there and put them into the clothing or the scenario of what you're going to have. Like Dino Dinoclaw for me was a he's a dinosaur expert, and he was heavily inspired by Dr. Grant from Jurassic Park. Ever since I watched the first one, that kind of looking outfit I wanted for him, but I also wanted him to be a bit different, so I kind of like took on Indiana Jones as well, but I wanted him to be younger than them to fit in with Nexum and that. So it was kind of a bit tricky to figure it out, but yeah, it was one of those ones where it turned out to be more... What's the best way to do it? I guess the personality is what rules the character, and then what genre they're in and what type of it. So if it's steampunk but gloomy, maybe they got broken gears or worn out steampunk elements to their design, and their face looks a bit down like Gloom's, for example. It's bringing those elements together and putting them into what you want. Personality is also changes how the character's drawn. So if they're very energetic, they're more dynamic, sharper lines. If they're more lazy, then they're more in like a let down or a slopey or a moping position or something, depending on what they're doing. So it's kind of based around that, but it's just need to see what's happening with it, really. But yeah, that's probably my best bit on character design that I can give you without actually having a book or something with me to kind of like talk about, and I don't have one as such. There's a lot of aspects to character design, to be honest, but it does vary from time to time on that. Hopefully that's helped a little bit, but base it around your personality of the character, because that's going to be your key essence that's continued throughout everything of that character. Oh wow, I nailed the eyebrows. I kind of got Super Saiyan Mankey vibes going through my head. In fact, yeah, I'm going with that. We're going to have a Super Saiyan style Mankey. Just, yeah, why not? He's an electric type. He's a fighting type. It just makes sense. How this one's going to turn out? It's going to be quite an interesting design. Not a problem, assertiveness. Thank you for joining the stream and hanging out. I'm probably going for a couple more areas. I can't speak now. I don't talk for 5 minutes. Not a problem, assertiveness. Thank you for joining the stream. And yeah, I'm going to go for a couple more hours, I expect. So if you're still about, or if I'm still streaming, feel free to drop on by again later. But yeah, thank you for watching so far. And yep, definitely going to have fun in designing these Pokemon. And Tegan says, remind me not to make that electric monkey mad because I don't want to get zapped by it. Yeah, it's like a tasing walker. It's like a walking taser. I can't speak today. I really can't speak today. Anyway. Yep. So when I get back to being able to speak properly to you guys, then yeah. I guess I don't talk for 5 minutes and I forget what talking is, or speaking properly is. Which I'm sure people like Koi are just chuckling away there, just laughing at me. Which I don't blame them, because I'd do the same if they were doing it on their streams. Yeah, my plan is to go as long as I possibly can on this stream and then just see what happens. I mean, there will be a point I will probably have to stop streaming, or it might crash, but maybe we'll go till it crashes. We'll do an epic long stream where we take these characters and we just work on them. I do like this, like, super manky style, sort of like... He's electric, but maybe I should do him blue, like Super Saiyan Blue. The other thing I'm enjoying is I'm kind of collecting all these Pokemon references, like these gifts. If we find them and we use them, I'm saving them, and we're kind of getting a nice collection built up. I want them to be kind of like knuckle dusting bits. Make sure the lines are connected, otherwise it's going to mess up what we're doing. Almost forgot Spike. That would be quite bad, actually. Yeah, it could be. It evolves into like a mega Super Saiyan primate. I'm still not sure what colour to do for the fur though, because now that I said Super Saiyan, I kind of want to go blue, but I could go red, but it's electric, so you kind of got one for each. Maybe just a normal Super Saiyan yellow would work. We'll have to see what happens. It just seems fitting to do a Super Saiyan style for this design, just for the hell of it. Hitmonlee would be fun for the house. Oh wow, we've been streaming that long. We've actually got a bot. Ah, thanks, Koi. I was just about to do that, but awesome. Yep, that's it. The stream's officially made it on YouTube. It doesn't matter how long we've been going for. It doesn't matter how many people are watching. If a bot's shown up, we've officially made it on YouTube. Oh, it's always good fun when they show up. Right, let's do a test. So we've got yellow. We've got blue. That is true, Koi. That is true. In fact, I almost forgot you were a mod, even though your name's in blue. So when you got rid of it, I was like, oh yeah, Koi's here. Because you've been so quiet for the last so long. No, I don't want it to look like Electric Kid too much. So, I'll tell you what. We'll try it with blue and white. But make it a lighter grey for the blue. And I do need a reference image for this. I have some in mind, kind of in mind, slightly in mind. I don't know. I'm just... Yeah. Could I get away with that? Maybe I could. Let's have a go. This may look a bit like a nice type to start with until I'm done, but please bear with me, guys. I can always change the colours after, but I'm just going to experiment with something a second, guys, just to see what we get. No, Tegan, I can't draw 5 fingers very easily as well. As you might have seen from my Jinx one, it takes a while. There are tricks to drawing hands and fingers, and some people can draw them and they just look amazing, like Studio AP. Every time they draw a hand or a finger, it's like, damn. And when they colour it or render it, it's just got that much level of detail. It's insane. I try it and I'm like, yeah, no, that's not happening. That's not working. So you're not the only one. It's just one of them things. Right. Right, so underneath this layer I want to put a what colours are there normally? Oops, that needs to be on the layer above. I kind of wanted to try the blue effect for the electric type this time, but I'm not really sure about. Kind of feel I just want to get rid of that bit. Yeah, it looks a bit icy at the moment. I'm gonna put electric in it and make it like change colour if it works, but I get what you mean. It's looking a bit icy at the moment. I'm gonna see if I can salvage this. If not, then I'll tweak it, but I was trying to take inspiration from that Pachirisu electric one, that little blue and white one. I was hoping that might work with this one, just so that we don't have something quite the same as the Gloom electric wise, if that makes sense, because we did Gloom as an electric type, which came out quite cool, but I'm just trying not to be too the same on it all. Maybe it's because I've got too much white to the blue. I know, they need to be that colour as well, don't they? Wrong there. Yeah, tell you what, you have actually given me an idea there, Koi. Yeah, that looks a bit more electric-y. I think I want to change those back to kind of like a normal colour for him. Put a bit more on the... There we go. Give him his pink nose back. Would be nice. Yeah, that's a bit more balanced. Alright, let's merge this down and have some fun. Gonna be interesting to get the spiky hair. I'm not gonna go OTT with the spiky. They don't tend to do quite so dominant hair bit, so that makes sense. It'll be, it's more like the side of the body with the jolt effect like that. Yeah, this kind of might work. I need a few other bits in just to... So the question is, in a minute, should we stick with the Gen 1 and the randomizer, or should we mix it up a little bit and go with a bit of a pick a actual Pokemon that's not Gen 1? Could be a new one, could be Lucario, could be Charizard. I know Charizard is Gen 1, but you know, we'll pick a Pokemon on a random generator from all of them. And then we pick a type on another random generator instead of sticking to one that's stuck on Gen 1. And then have a go at drawing a couple. I mean, I know that the stream says at Gen 1 Pokemon, but I don't know how people feel about it. If they want to do a mix up a little bit, then... Yeah, Matthew's thinking of a gens as well. I was just thinking that we could mix it up a little bit. We've done about 5 or 6 of these now, so we've done the Gen 1 bit. And I was thinking about toying with the idea of doing it, doing something like that on the stream anyway. So if people want to see it, I'm happy to do that after this one. Tyranitar is an ice type. That would be quite interesting. I actually quite like this one that we've done. I don't know, there's something about this kind of like design for him. I don't know if it's because I'm just a fan of Dragon Ball and we've got the Super Saiyan style hair, or if it's just the fact it looks like it suits him. I mean, I could picture this being definitely a version of Mankey in the game, or Primeape, sorry. If I get the names wrong and get completely crucified by the whole community. I could picture this being like a evolution, or as you said, a mega with like, or maybe the terror. Is it the terrorized? I can't pronounce it unless I see it spelled. The one from the Scarlet game, you know, where they territorialize, where they change types to match what their actual territory type is. Yeah, it does kind of look like it's if he's in Smash Bros. Yeah, I think we might choose the Gen ones. I do want to do Lucario at some point, but I find him hard to draw, so we might save him for something a little bit later on. However, I do need to add a few effects into this for the lightning on the character, just really sell the piece. We'll do that on the layer above. I think we've got to go blue again for the lightning just because it stands out more. What do you reckon? I think that'll do for our Primeape one. I'll just centre this a little bit. Yeah, I quite like that one. Right, so that was 6 Gen 1s. I do have if I load them up and check I've still got them working. So we've got a randomizing type that will give us a single or dual type. and it's just a little bit of text. And then we've got another generator that will, again, it's probably going to be text. I need to find the right. Yeah, random Pokemon generator that generate one Pokemon from all regions, all types. Galahad19 says, "Hey Dempsey, have you ever thought of doing D&D redraw?" Yes, I have thought about doing one. In fact, I'm sure that's on there somewhere as a bit of a twist on my list so far. But we'll have a look at that a little bit later on. I just noticed my desk is looking looking a bit green in colour. Should we change that? Should we go a bit red? Should we go a bit? Yeah, I'll go a bit purplish colour. Okay. So let me just tweak the light a second. Yeah, I kind of messed up my lighting. We've got a funky effect in the background. That'll do. Something constant. Right, so we have... this is just me setting it up. So we'll select the Pokemon. It generates one Pokemon from all regions, all types. Legendaries are included, and we show sprites. We're not going to show all forms because we're not going to do Megas and that. We're going to do their base form, and we're going to change it for now. And we're going to generate a Pokemon. So the Pokemon we got is Cloyster. Now we can re-roll if you want us to do it for one more Pokemon. We can re-roll a Pokemon and re-roll a type once, unless it's its exact type for that Pokemon. Then we got to re-roll the type again. We get one re-roll. So should we do Cloyster or should we re-roll it? What do you guys reckon? Although we could also change the region to be... It's all regions at the moment. We could get the new ones. So Paldea. And we can set a set region. Do we have people alive or should we just randomly do it? I'll tell you what, I'm going to roll again. Oh my god, that's worse. Okay, one last roll. I say that, I'm just rolling through until we get an answer from people now. Alright, we'll do this properly. Let's reload the page so that we... Right, from scratch. Doing it properly now, nothing else to influence. Our role is a ferret. And our type is fire. Do you want to do another fire type? Or do we want to roll again? Hopefully the stream's still going and you guys can hear me. I'll tell you what, we'll roll again. Can we change the settings on this? Although we did get dragon. So we've got a ferret as a dragon, which could be interesting. Right. Ah. Just destroying everything here. Alright, reference image of a ferret. And we also want to get some dragon types up. Like dragons are pretty good, easy to draw, but so it's nice to have some references. Shrink that down a bit. Right, let's turn ferret into a dragon type. This one could be interesting as well. So ferret's initial design is kind of a, well, yeah, a ferret, kind of like a long. Get his current eyes and mouth in just so we've got a starting point. As always, do we have anybody in the stream still, or am I drawing to myself? Yes, Matthew, it is ferret as a dragon type. So I've kind of elongated the body a little bit because the arms are down here. Kind of thinking like one of those Chinese dragon style designs would probably work for this one. I just want to get the basic, as always I want to get the basic initial shape in for a Pokemon's design, and then kind of think this would make an actual quite good dragon design out of it. That's a really basic ferret design. So let's dragonize this because this is going to be quite fun. Okay, to make this into a dragon we want to have some fun, so kind of want to keep the eyes the same. being dragon types, they just need... I think make them a bit longer like horns. This mouse is going to swap around a bit to be more of a... We got a derpy dragon, everybody. But for a second, I will... Give me a second, guys. I'm going to... Yes. I'm just updating the image that we've got to be a ferret. Woohoo! In fact, if I position that right, the ferret's in the hand. Woohoo! Cool. So we got a little reference Pokemon for what we're actually tweaking into a weird dragon type. Just for fun. Maybe we should make a little army of these down the bottom of all the ones we've done. At some point in the stream. But yeah. This one is starting. Can you ride it, Tegan? Yes, you can. This one's a friendly little critter, but this is starting to look a little bit less like a ferret and more like its own original Pokemon. This is a complete type swap. I'm gonna have to add some colours in to make it back to the original a little bit, I think. Kind of having some fun with this one. Hello, Aiden Plays, and don't worry about it. I've been streaming for a while now, so everybody's welcome to joining and appear and disappear as they want, or as they can. I appreciate people have got school and work and things. I've kind of just had the day off and thought I'll set up a stream and start streaming. I think we've been going for... How long have we been going for now? I've only been going for about 4 hours, so not that long. But we have done some... We've done some Gen 1 types, and now we're working on... kind of like... I don't actually know which generation this is. We swapped generators for the randomizing effect, and I've been given the task of doing ferret as a dragon type. So that's kind of what we're going on with. I'm just sketching out the rough sketch of the character, and then we'll see what it turns into in a bit. Kind of a really cute, simple character, so I'm hoping I'm going to do it some justice, turning it into this kind of like weird dragony, or weird dragon-like design. Yeah, we can have that for the wings. So this is our ferret as a dragon design. Shrink that down a little bit. Anyway, Aiden Plays, how's your day been going? Hopefully you've been having a good day and it's all going well. So this definitely is a random design I've come up with for this one. I suppose the question is, do you make it so it looks like the character, or do you just go with, it's a dragon type, we'll just do something? So I've tried to keep aspects of the character intact. I'm going to have to keep the colour scheme quite similar to the original, I think, just so it's obvious. tried to keep the friendly look of ferret a little bit in this design. I say a little bit, we've kind of lost half of its... Yeah, that might help. Kind of lost half of its kind of cute appeal to be this derpy little dragon. But let's get in there. I'll say I definitely need to save up for a Switch to get Pokemon Violet to play. That kind of artistic kid's got Scarlet, so if I got Violet, we could complete the Pokédex, and it's a really fun, addictive game, as I found out. So it's going to be interesting. I didn't catch a shiny on my when I was playing it. I didn't see any, but I know a few tricks now to get them, so that's going to be interesting. Alright, so we need a light. Is that the right colour for it? I think it's a bit more of a creamy colour. There we go. And then we need a brown. Galahau19 asks, hey Dempsey, what do you think of the Owl House Season 3 being comprised of just 3 episodes, each composed of 40 minutes? I don't know. How long was the other episodes that they had? I mean, if it's longer than the others, then it kind of ties into a degree and makes sense, but only 3 episodes for a season does seem a little bit on the... I don't know, it just seems a little bit not quite as... I don't know. It seems a bit disappointing is probably what I'm trying to get at. Maybe you'd expect it to be longer even on a season. Then again, there have been many series that have done a season and they've just made the episodes longer at certain points. But they've had less episodes. I mean, I haven't seen any of it, but I'm assuming the content's probably got to be good, otherwise it's kind of loses all of its appeal and everything like that. So this... Oh, okay, that makes a bit more sense. Yeah, then I'd say it's disappointing if the directors lose interest in it or they don't like something on it, and the show kind of gets hit by that. It's super disappointing because it kind of knocks everything out. I do like the dancing gif we've got going, or the dancing animation. Sorry, slight change of subject there. kind of want to change the colours up a little bit for the wing and the back scale here, just to give it a bit of a variation, but I've got no idea if I've picked the right colour yet. Oh no, I picked a good colour. That's nice, that ties in nicely with the design. And what I can do is I can cheat with the inside of the mouth being a similar colour. I say that, I'm going to... Yeah, that's better. It's really weird designing these, or redesigning these Pokemon, because I'm not actually thinking when I'm drawing them. I'm not thinking about what I'm doing, I'm just... Some of these I'm just taking the basic shape and dropping it in and doing the colours. I mean, we could have probably done more with it as a overall design, but sometimes the simpler designs for these Pokemon are, you know, keeping it true to its original design is better than doing the complete change in it. Although I'm hoping we get an interesting Pokemon next. Yeah, if you're excited for the next episode, then hopefully, fingers crossed, it'll be it'll pick up a bit, and it'll seem better than what's currently happening. It is just disappointing when that happens, though, on a series or something. I'm trying to keep these designs a little bit truer to the more Pokemon-y design as we go forwards with some of these other ones, or the simpler ones, shall I say. Well, I think that's the best feedback I could have for this design, Tegan. Tegan says, I don't know why, but if I saw this Pokemon in the game, I'd just pick it up and say mine, then walk away with it. Yeah, it's kind of got one of those, almost like a starter Pokemon feel to it, in a sense, which I quite like. And like I said, for this this one, I'm trying to keep it simple, because it's the cuter the Pokemon, the less change I want to make to it, if that makes sense, or the simpler the design for the Pokemon. I think it's just, I don't know if I just feel it works a bit nicer that way. I kind of just feel it's got a nice... Sometimes, because the Pokemon have this kind of like simplistic feel to it, it's... Maybe it's a bit too much at times to just do lots of different aspects to it, if that makes sense. Don't get me wrong though, that being said, I do like some of the more complicated changes we've done, like on the electric primate and that. Those have come out really well, and changing a lot of, even though we kept it simple, changing a lot of the color scheme and aspects has worked really well on those. But I've just got a feeling for this one, a really simple little dragon. It's just what we really need, and just to change the fur into almost like a slightly shinier substance. And yeah, some of these are really simple in comparison and not like the rest of the art on the channel, but I am spending about an hour on these at the most, sometimes a little less, and more of the stuff on the channel I tend to spend anywhere between 2.5, 3, 4 hours on, just to give you a slight context of how much work goes into the stuff. But I kind of like this ferret design. It's like a little derpy dragon design. Yep, there's our ferret as a derpy dragon. We've got a good selection of types here, actually, haven't we? But next up, we need to pick another Pokemon. I'm still going to be going for a little bit, so let's move on to the next one. And we'll generate the next one. Yes! Right, I'm doing this Pokemon. Pachirisu, but what are we doing it as? A grass flying type. Should we roll that type again? What do you guys reckon? Not sure how many people are still here, but should we roll that again? And while we're waiting, I'm going to get a... I'm going to update the gift to be a Pachirisu. Yay! Cool, so we're definitely going to have a... Let's get a bit lovely little character. We're getting all the cute Pokemon today. But should we do it as a grass flying or should we roll again? Roll again. Steel type. Yes. Yep, we're doing it. I'm glad you're still here, Koi. I've got no idea if people are still here or not. But I've got this lovely little squirrel character as... Oh, thank you. So we've got this steel type Pokemon version of Pachirisu. This is going to be absolutely awesome. I just need to get some steel type Pokemon images just to be absolutely sure. I've had a lot of fun in this stream, actually. Oh yeah, we can have so much fun with this. Alright, I need to draw the original one out first because that's just what we need to do. Oh, super cute. Let's make you super awesome. Haha. Those eyes. Little nose. Whoop. Drawing an electric squirrel as a steel type is going to be interesting, but I definitely want to get the overall design for this one in. Why have we got all the little cute Pokemon today? Not that I'm complaining, because this one is one that I absolutely am happy to draw. Once I tweak a few things of it, it's going to look awesome. I think the eyes aren't quite right. Just got a little body. I can't draw the body very well on this. It's a cute character, but I don't think I've quite nailed the body looking how it should do. And it's got this kind of awesome tail. I need to kind of look at the reference for that. So let's go back down here. See me actually drawing. Let's have a look at its tail. Haha, cool. So I can draw the tail slightly off at an angle. Goes whoop. And it's going to come around to be massive big fluffy tail. Shrink this down a bit. It's got a line that goes up here. As that line comes around here at the top, we've got spike 1, big spike for 2, third spike here, and then comes back round. So that's our Pokemon frame. So let's have some fun with this. Steel type means that we can have a lot of fun. So first thing I want to do is add a kind of steel blade to the top of the head, because I think that's going to look cool. For the eyes, let's keep the cute eyes. We might change them in a bit, but alright. Now I want to add a few extra bits. So these bits here are going to be not a problem, Matthew. Thank you for joining the stream. Hope you have a good time at work. And yeah, if I'm still streaming when you finish, feel free to drop on by. But if not, hope you have a good day. And yeah, be sure to check out the rest of the artwork. But yeah, I think I'll put all of them in a community post or something, just to show them. But yeah, thank you for joining the stream. No idea what kind of design of this. Galahan 19S. Hey, have you ever seen Sakugan Labyrinth Marker? It's a super fun anime. I'm eagerly awaiting season 2. I don't think I have actually. The name doesn't ring a bell, so possibly not. But I will look out for it and see if I can find it. What do you watch it on? This is a weird design, this one. kind of made him into like a robot squirrel. There we go, he's a steel type. I'll do the line art in a second. Right, let's continue with this and sort this out for a minute. So let's work on the face first. Kind of give it those eyes for the steel type, which is quite cool. Needs to keep its original eyes as such, just so it's closely resembles it as best we can. And just add those little bits in at the side to What do you guys think of how this one's coming out so far? I know I'm just doing the line art for it and I haven't added colours, but I think the design's not too bad currently. say, making this into like a steel type, adding a few extra spikes to it and that. I'm guessing the colours could probably stay the same, or well, I suppose I've got to add a few more grey elements to the character, grey and black. Maybe a bit of red too, just to make it really pop. Thanks, Tegan. Definitely one of the more interesting designs I've done. But it feels like one of the more interesting designs today. Try to keep the... Like you say, try to, you know, say it looks cute. I try to keep some of the cuteness of the character to try and make it recognisable that it's that character as well. Like it's a Pachirisu. I hope I've said that right. Yeah, so it's kind of like got the whole design and vibe together. Then just do the classic, invert that. So I think for the base of this one, I kind of want to go more the... Yeah, we'll add that and we'll add the lighter steel over the top. Back. Does this look right colour-wise? I think it does, and then we can just go. We'll chat again in a minute, guys. I'm just kind of concentrating on this while the stream's a bit quiet. Oh, question. What? So what is your advice on starting YouTube? Because I'm thinking of starting a channel, but I don't know if it's a good idea. The best thing about starting YouTube is you don't even have to have your face in it. You could be a faceless channel if you wanted to see how it goes, and kind of like pick up a bit later if you wanted to kind of like show your face in it, depending on your preference. But I would say give it a go. The only things that I think are key to understand for it are your first video. There's no guarantee you'll go viral straight away. It's a bit of work to do your tags and stuff right, but don't give up. Your first, say, 50 videos, are you going to be learning how to edit, how to sort it, getting it right for the audience that you want, and building it up. If you haven't got any experience on a channel beforehand, it's all new. Titles, thumbnails are key. You'll hear that a lot around the YouTube community. It basically translates to have a nice clear thumbnail, a title that piques a bit of interest if you can. It's not always as easy. It's easier said than done. And to basically just keep at it and don't get discouraged. You know, you're doing what you want to do on your channel. Great. Keep to one kind of niche. But you want to also work on the fact that, or work to the premise that, think who is your target audience. So you're creating content for this type of person, a person who likes like today I'm creating content for someone who likes Pokemon. Most of my content's for people who like art, but this one's kind of like jumping on the Pokemon thing at the moment that's going on. It's a case of, if you're doing a gaming channel, pick one game to start with and build it up. If you're doing a another channel, sort of like a art channel, pick one topic or niche or something to start off with, build that up. So if you like to draw Marvel characters, draw Marvel characters. You like to draw Pokemon, and build it up. And people who like that will eventually arrive. And then just don't get discouraged by anybody who puts a negative comment. Just ignore it. You'll always get someone who will do it at some point. One person on a negative comment out of however many, yeah, don't worry about it. But in terms of starting it, if it's a good idea or not, just do it. It's probably the long answer what I just said. Short answer, just go for it. Create your channel, have a go at it, see if your thing works, see if it works or not. Take inspiration from people doing similar stuff from you, and just don't give up. Keep at it, and then eventually it will grow, and it will become something that, you know, people watch streams for. The last 5 hours, like I'd be streaming for 5 hours and people are jumping in and out, and some of you have been here for the vast majority of it, which is absolutely amazing, and I do appreciate it. And some people have jumped in, jumped out. It's not a problem. If you're liking it and you haven't liked the video, sorry, if you're liking the stream and you haven't already liked it and you're in, or you're jumping in and out and you catch this bit, just smash the like button. I think we've got 11 likes or something at the moment. I'm not entirely sure, but that's what YouTube's kind of telling me. Yeah, just see what happens. We'll just build it up. Yeah, it takes time, and it's just patience and keep building at it and working at it. Is the best advice that I can give you, or anyone else can give you, really. I probably fluffed saying that up, so I do apologise, but hopefully you've got the general gist of it. Ah, school. Cute squirrel. Best bit is I don't have to put a lot of detail into this one. I wonder how long should we stream for? That's the next question. How long should we go for? What's people's opinion? We've done 5 hours so far, so I'm going to keep streaming until I run out of stuff to do or I absolutely have to stop. Or until the stream completely dies out and then it's like, oh no. But how long do people reckon? Go on, put a number in the chat and we'll see if we can get anywhere close to that. I think I do need to create my own Pokédex at some point though. That'd be quite cool. People are just joining. I'm turning Pachirisu into a steel type Pokemon, which is good fun. Koi Fish Gaming says, up to you. Yeah, I know, I'm a bit of a machine sometimes when it comes to doing the art and that. I'll just sit there and draw for hours on end, you know. Right, let's just turn that down a little bit just to make that's better. Right, well that's our rather quick, well I say quick, I don't know how long have I been drawing that one? Oh, wait, was it really half an hour of track time? That's why we're getting through so many so quick. Simpler designs are, sorry, awesome, thanks Koi. Yeah, so we've just gone over the 5 hour mark, which is quite cool. So let's have a look at another one to do. Should we go back to the original random generator from Gen 1, or should we do another Pokemon generator from the from all types and regions? Because I think we're kind of getting a few now. So let's have a look at what we've got in this one now. Mightyena. Okay. I think we'll stay that. We haven't had any like dog type ones, but what type are we changing it to? A psychic and poison type. Yes. Let's just figure out how to spell that Pokemon. Mightyena. Poison. I can't spell psychic now. Cool. A poison and psychic type. Awesome. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to find an image of a Mightyena to start with. To drop in, and then I'm going to take a quick couple-minute break, just basically to sort one or two small things out, and then yeah, we'll continue with this. So I will leave the stream going with some music. Just finding a GIF we can use of. Awesome. I'm getting lucky with all of this today in terms of Pokemon that's been picked to what we can actually have. Skip that advert. Where is it? So this is our next Pokemon that we're going to be doing. And if you just give me a few minutes, guys, I will be back in a second. I'll turn the music up a bit and I'll be back in 1 minute. Well, a couple of minutes. So bear with me a minute, guys, and I'll be right back. Alright, I'm pretty much back, guys. Hope you didn't miss me too much. I'm going to start with this shortly. We're not doing too bad, actually. We've got 8 out of 10 Pokemon done. We're only at the 5 hour, just over 5 hour mark. Cool. So Psychic and Poison. So look, some Poison type for an idea of the colours. Usually it's purple and dark reds and stuff for it, so. Or blues, so the Poison type's mainly the purple colours. Psychic's kind of purple as well, so probably get away with that for both of them. Alright, let's have a quick drink and then we'll crack on with the next one. Right, so let's get back to this then, shall we? So, Mightyena is poison type. Well, poison and psychic type, so should be quite interesting to see what we're going to do with this one. Oh, I also put a jumper on because it's a little bit cold out. Turn the heating up. Got a bit of food, got a bit of drink, and yeah, back to it. Let's get the ear in, which is a bit of a funky patterned ear. Or more of a funky design. Oh, don't mention it, Tegan. I'm happy to give advice where I can do. If people have got questions and that, it's a case of, I mean, there are things you can watch for channel audits and stuff that'll give you advice on what to do on the channel. But the general advice is, if you want to create a YouTube channel, create one, give it a go, think about your name that you want to call yourself and who you're going to really aim for as your target audience, and then just build it up from there slowly and build a community. It's better to build it, as much as some niches go really quickly, just take your time that you're comfortable with and do a schedule that you're comfortable with. So as long as you're consistent, even if it's once a month, as long as you're consistent putting a video up once a month, you'll start building your community up. And there's no set, I must upload this amount, I must upload this amount. It's literally just a case of be consistent. And stick to it. And then be nice and respectful to everybody, and you'll make friends along the way over time, and yeah, it's all good fun. Oh, most important thing though is do a topic or a subject on YouTube you love or passionate about, and you will keep working on or going through, so that it doesn't feel like it's a chore, a job, or you have to do it. Otherwise you'll just burn yourself out and you'll lose all your passion and interest that gets people going to the channel. Key advice, that one. That's the top tip. Do something you love on YouTube. Is the absolute 100% top thing to do. you'd think all these Pokemon things I've been drawing, a dog Pokemon would be easy to draw. Nope. I'm using a reference image and I'm struggling. So, yeah. Anyone else who struggles drawing Pokemon, then yeah, feel free to add your name, because it's not easy. They may look easy, but Pokemon are far from easy to draw. I think that tail's just a little bit too... Yeah, that's a bit better. That's another issue I've got here on the design. Yeah, you're right, absolutely right, Koi. Often it is the simpler drawings that cause the most problems, because you got to be more precise on them. People spot out where you've gone wrong on them a lot more easier as well, which is like, Hey Koi, are you excited for your first stream of 2023? I was super excited for this one that we're doing here. Now I'm doing it, I'm like, yeah. I'm also like, how many Pokemon have I done already? Yeah, that's better. Right, let's sort your eye out, because your eye is kind of the more complicated bit. Oh yeah, it's Fall Guys, isn't it? That's going to be quite fun. I won't be able to play that one. I'm probably going to be out, so I won't have my Xbox with me. But I'll definitely be watching and cheering everybody on. Well, I kind of get owned at Fall Guys anyway. Oh, I know one of them. I wouldn't say that one's a big ambition though. That's just a nice milestone if that's part of it. If not, then I look forward to seeing what your ambitions bring, because I've got a few coming up. Should I turn that down a bit? I've got a few ambitions this year, which I've mentioned once or twice on the stream so far for people. But yeah, definitely want to hit that first goal, getting into the partnership program, just to give back to everybody with a few of the extras that you can do. I'm guessing for the poison type, it's basically a colour change for this one. So let's have a look at psychic type, just in case there's anything I can tweak on top of it. Yeah, I suppose the overall design of this is going to be pretty much the same colours. It's just if they're psychic, they've got a bit of a purpley pinky colour with a few bits to it. That's cool. And then we've got, yeah, no, let's continue with this. Make sure I'm on the right layer for what I want to do. I kind of think this is, it's a rather cool Pokemon design, but I don't know, I think it's just feels a bit more of a difficult Pokemon design at the same time. Oh, a bit of knee aches out here. I know I've just been up moving, but yeah. It's difficult being a streamer. suppose the question is, trying to think of a Pokemon question. Okay, who do you think is the most underrated character in Pokemon? I think it's going to be something like, I don't know, I kind of feel that Brock and Misty from the first series, they were kind of underrated. I know they're as travelling companions, but they weren't really given any... Yeah, they had time, they were part of the stories, and they come back from time to time afterwards, but I don't know, I feel they were quite underrated in terms of the whole setup and everything. It just seemed a bit like they could have done more with them, if that makes sense. We're on about like, I'm on about like human character, like people that Ash has encountered more than Pokemon, because there's a lot of underrated Pokemon in the series, let's face it. Nurse Joy, yeah, she was definitely an underrated character. I did find it quite interesting how they were the amount of twins and everything for her were insane. Same as Officer Jenny. I feel they were both kind of underrated as well. I don't want to put a light of pink on, but where do I put it? Or do we give it... Maybe we go... Maybe we make that the light of pink. And then we go with this like really darkish bluish purple for the hair and that, just to make it... Yeah, I quite like that. It's giving that poison effect, but with like a bit of a psychic vibe. We'll keep the kind of overall feel for the character the same. Kind of give it the colours of poison and psychic. Though a lot of psychic Pokemon tend to go blue or gold or something, they tend to have like a red circle bit on their forehead. Or they've got something like an extra eye or a hypnotising tool or something. But I suppose we'll do that with the eye. Kind of feel we need something else on the body. Yeah, maybe some kind of like some fur patches, maybe. Yeah, what do you think about that for colour scheme? Kind of lost my everything I had on where I was. Yeah, Wobbuffet from Team Rocket. It's another one, Tegan. Sorry, I got so engrossed in what I was doing, I completely ignored the chat. So I do apologise to anybody in there, and I forgot about talking as well. Whoops. But hopefully you guys are enjoying the stream. Those of you that are still here, those that are nipping in and appearing and disappearing, please smash the like button to get this stream out there to more people. The more likes on the stream, the better it goes, or the more reach YouTube tends to put it out into the algorithm, apparently. But yeah, this is our Mightyena as a psychic poison type that we've come up with, or that the generator said to do. Yeah, Koi, it's definitely got a bit of the My Little Pony Twilight Sparkle kind of like feel to it. But yeah, it's coming along quite nicely, this one. Cool. So now I just need to do the light and shading on this one, and then we'll move on to the number 10. I think this is number 9, isn't it? Or is it number 8? It's somewhere in that listing. Gotta say, these are quite fun doing the this type swap. Definitely must do another stream or something with it, probably with suggested Pokemon type swaps from people on polls and stuff done beforehand, just so we get a bit of variety on it all. I don't think these are taking me that long to do anymore. To start with, it took a little while because obviously we're getting getting to the hang of drawing and getting used to things, but these last couple seem to be taking about half an hour each for this type of style. Hey, Galahound. Give me a second and I'll just get your chat up. I've just knocked all of my reference images out the way. Woohoo! Right, so Galhound19 asks a question and you say, hey DempseyJ, what do you do when you try to work on a day where you don't feel particularly inspired, like a day when you're feeling blue? Yeah, so if I have a day where I'm not feeling particularly inspired to do the artwork or something, it varies. I try and do something else sometimes to start with, just to distract myself from it. But if I'm feeling down, it depends. If I've got a tight deadline, I will try and do the artwork anyway. Just try and get into it. And sometimes I'll find, if I put a film or something on in the background and I kind of get into it a bit, so I've got the film going while I'm just drawing at my own pace, I'm still working towards the deadline, so I'm feeling productive. I'm not letting that side of things get to me. And then as I continue working on it, I tend to get more in the mood to do it. But sometimes, and this is sometimes, everybody has a day when you're feeling blue where you just can't do what you need to do when you're working. You just do the bare minimum towards what you're supposed to be doing. But sometimes, and I will say this, sometimes I try to avoid them if possible, but sometimes you just need a day to do absolutely nothing. Do some gaming, do something against what you're, if you're not inspired, just do something completely different. Don't really worry about what you should be doing unless there is a tight deadline to do it, and just say sod it and let's get on with it. But usually that's like a last resort, or a day where everyone needs those once in a blue moon. But most of the time, if I'm not inspired, I will watch YouTube on people that inspire me. I'll play computer games, where it's Crisis Free or Pokemon. I'll watch films or movies, and I'll natter with my friends and people, and I'll just even if I draw, I'll just doodle and draw something random. Anything to distract me from what I'm thinking about, really, that's made me blue. If I can do that, then it works. But it is it is subjective to the person as well, so that's what I would do, but I don't know about anybody else, what they might do. But sometimes there are days when you have to say sod it. Just don't get in a habit of doing that every single time, if that helps. But yeah, usually finding something like a stream or something, or chatting to somebody and just, you know, getting a second opinion on something, work or art-wise, all that does help an awful lot. Although, if you're already at work during that time, I would say just tell yourself it's not, it's nearly the end of the working day type thing, and just do what you need to do. Just keep busy. Try and make a game out of it or something. Or if you're at work and you're with colleagues, try and find, you know, a colleague that's a mate that if you've got any that you work with, and have a good laugh. Alright, on to number 10. I got no idea what Pokemon we're going to get for this one. I might duplicate that a couple times actually. Not saying we're doing 15, but we're getting to number 10 and we're only at the 6-hour mark, and I'm still I'm still fine to go for a bit longer if everybody else is. To see what happens. So let's bring it up for the next one. So the next Pokemon that's generated is, oh no, I'm going to go to the next one. Majoranis, that weird rabbit mech one with that intricate design. No. Swanna, a bird type Pokemon. Do we do one more roll because we've already had a bird type Pokemon, or do we do Swanna, which is this like, or Swanna, which is this Pokemon here. So do we do the Swan type Pokemon? Sorry, I need to give you a better picture. So we've got this Swan Pokemon. Don't know if that's any clearer for you guys. Or do we roll again? What do you guys think? I'll leave this one up to you guys for us to go and roll again or not. Or we pick a Pokemon and I maybe, after we've done this next one, I might just do one final thing and just start work on a digital style painting of a Pokemon, or a Pokemon trainer and a Pokemon. Or digital painting of a type swap Pokemon. Let's try another one. I just want to see what we get. I'll tell you what. I'm going to go for Paldea and I'm going to select one at random. Right, I'll tell you what, pick a number between 1 and 14 and I will click that many times, and whatever it lands on we'll do. We're going to be random. Ah, thank you Tegan, I appreciate that. This is the longest stream I've ever done. I think. Definitely the longest stream I've done on the channel. Which has been quite fun. And I am enjoying it. I tell you what, somebody let me know how many likes they see on the screen for the video, and I'll click to generate that many times, and whatever it lands on is the one we're going to do. 9. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay. So we got oh, hang on, we got 12. Is that the likes on the video? 12. $10, 11, 12. Oh, we're doing 12. We're doing Tinker Tonk. That's it. We're doing a Tinker Tonk. That I'm not even questioning. That is the one we're going to do. We're doing Tinker Tonk. And then what's its type? Yeah, we'll go for the... What type is Tinker Tonk? It's a fairy steel type. But seriously, guys, I have to do Tinker Tonk. I mean, I'm not being funny. It's a little character with a giant mallet. I've got to do it. That's that. And then our random type. I'll do 12 as well on this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. As a bug type. Oh my god, really? A Tinker Tonk as a bug type? Oh. One more. Nah, bug. Okay, Tinker Tonk as a bug type. This is going to be the weirdest one going with a hammer. I need to look at need to just bring up a reference and update my picture for what we're going to be drawing. So if you give me a second, guys, I will just update things on the stream, and then we will Tinker Tonk. Yeah, Tinker Tonk. Sorry, Tinker Tonk I've been saying, but it's Tinker Tonk. Oh, please tell me that's what I'm looking for. Do they not have an animated one for that yet then? Hey! Guess who's back? Back again. I was hoping for an animated little... They don't have an animated version of the character. That's a bit of a shame. Okay, that's fine. So, Tinkaton as a bug type Pokemon. Definitely going to be one of the more interesting designs we've ever got on this channel. But it's not too far from a bug with its original design on that one. I call it Tinkaton. No, it's Tinkaton. Okay. As a bug type. Well, that's what we got. So we're going to do it for number 10. I will have to draw this Pokemon in its original form first before we can tweak it somewhat. Look, such a happy little Pokemon. Also looks like it can kill us with a hammer in a matter of seconds, but you know. One, 2, 3, 4. This really is the weirdest looking character going. I say that we've ended up with almost all cute Pokemon to change type on today. It's quite a random occurrence, really, to have. One, 2, 3, 4. This isn't the whole picture, this is just the little character. I've got to draw a big hammer now. I mean, this Pokemon design is really, really random. This is me drawing the actual Pokemon sketch that you've got from the new game. This hammer's massive. Have you seen the size of this hammer to this character carrying it? I mean, seriously guys, this is absolutely insane. I'm loving it, but this is insane. It's one of the funnest characters you can actually see in the game, I reckon. In terms of just random looks to what's going on. Seriously, I'm going to turn it into like an ant-type bug. Just armoured down the bottom with this massive... kind of like... hammer. The hammer can stay the same, but... this character's just going to be... yeah. So I got bug-type references up for an idea, because I need to make it more... bug like in the features, so and keep, yeah, I can keep the eyes pretty much the same. Maybe make him a bit more like that. Maybe make him a bit bigger as well to go onto the head. changing this to bug type's really weird. Oh yes, Tegan, this stream will still be on the channel when it ends. I'm probably going to finish this one off and maybe do 1 or 2 more, and then I'll be done, I reckon. It's going to be... But this stream will go onto the channel underneath the live tab when it ends, and I will do a sped up version of the stream for people at some point once it's done and rendered out and that, or take the characters and do something with them. But yeah, if you need to go, don't worry about missing anything. It's a case of the stream will still be here on the channel afterwards. Little fact, when you do live streams, if you leave them public, you keep all the watch time for it. If you don't leave them public, you don't. So it's entirely, you know, just for the YouTube creating a channel type thing if you do lives. But yeah, no, it's going to be here afterwards. All my live streams, except for the 1 hour, there's only one stream that's never gone live on the channel and got deleted, and that was an hour of trying to fix a green screen of death, which we've eventually fixed in the end, so that's quite cool. We finally fixed it. But yeah, yeah, no, this stream's going to be on for a little while, but it will be on the channel definitely. Hey Aiden Plays, welcome back. Yeah, this one's looking quite interesting. I've got to turn Tinkertong, the little one with the big hammer, into a bug type. So I like the idea of the hammer being like huge, because it's basically a little ant character carrying it. So I'm just turning it into a little like... and keep most of the features the same, to be honest. I just have to change them up a little bit on a few bits. Oh no, that's cool, Aiden. Well, thank you for staying on the channel since it's been going for like 5 hours or however long it's been since you joined onto the stream. So yeah, no, appreciate that. Thank you. This looks quite cool as a little bug. You know, I don't want to draw that again, so I'll draw it again in a second, but I don't want to draw it for like 3 times this huge bit. Yay, cute little bug. Now, I know this Pokemon's a Gen 9, so it's not a Gen 1, but we kind of opened it up to the other Pokemon generations when we got to like the 5th or 6th one, instead of just being Generation 1. So we've got a bit more freedom now, and we've got a rather cool design. I could picture this actually being in the Pokemon game, this one, more than any of the others. Like, as a variant for... or an alternate universe version of Tinkaton. Or Tinkaton, sorry, not Tinkaton. I think Tinkatonk's the evolved form. But Tinkaton can kind of have a fun design here. Aiden Play says, how long did it take you to learn to draw this well? Lots and lots of practice over lots of years. However, if you've got something in mind and say you draw every single day, but you don't draw the same thing, you're just drawing every single day and you're trying to push yourself more over time and learn something new in that, you'll pick it up quite quickly. I mean, I've been drawing since I was... There's pictures of me as a very, very small little kid with a A3 pad in one hand and pens in the other. I've always been drawing pretty much. But to draw this good, 6 months to a year of doing YouTube and just doing videos constantly. If you do it more, say an hour a day or a couple hours a day, you would pick up really quickly how to draw as good as this, if not better. It's just down to taking the time to do it. Practice makes improvement, as they say. I've stopped saying practice makes perfect, because as much as that phrase sounds really nice, it's not really true. Practice always makes improvement, because you can always practice and always get better. And then it's just, after that, it's just picking up what you're used to, what you're good at in the styles and stuff, and then just making it your own. I mean, I've been drawing for years and years and years, so it's hard to say how long it took me to get this good, but I did notice that after I hadn't drawn for like 6 months to 2 years properly, when I started to do YouTube not full time, but on a regular basis, my artwork styles improved. Even my drawings that take less time and I don't think look good compared to the others, because I'm always comparing it to my last best piece or the one before it, they are miles better than what I used to be able to do. And it also depends on the style that you're drawing, to be honest. This style is quite simple. I'm basically just, I see a picture and I'm just copying it and then tweaking it for this. So it's not really as challenging as fusing 2 characters together like the Helm one, because that means that I need to use I need to ensure that I've got elements from both characters in there, for example, and the traits look right. Whereas this is just, I take one Pokemon and then I do a small alteration to it, and then we've got a bug with a heavy hammer. I quite like this one. I think this is my favourite one so far. Just everything seems to fit really well for this. I know the original colour's pinkish colour, but I want to... yeah, that'll do. Or do we go green? I mean, I know I've done an ant, but we're going to have some green in there. I'll go that colour, it's fine. So a tiny bit of green going in here, and it's going to be kind of like the... that darker colour? Yes, cool. So I want to do... the idea of this one is to give it more of that bug type feel, but I want to give it more of an earth feel as well, because even though bugs are bugs, I got a feeling that, you know, this little character is going to be a bit more of a tougher bug. It's just a shame I couldn't find an animated bit of Tinker Tong to have in the side bit, so you've got Mightyena from the last one going. It's still quite cool. I will change the colour of the hammer though, even though that hasn't changed much in terms of overall design, because I think that's important to keep to kind of match the colour scheme for the bug types. So I'll keep the pattern, but I'm just shifting up some of the colours on the... I kind of want to... Oh, I know what I should have done. I might have to do this on this ant character. You know what we need to do, don't you? Anybody who knows my channel knows what screams giant mallet. I know it's Pokemon. I know all too well it's Pokemon, but I have to do this. And I'm not apologising for it. Anybody get it now? Go on, someone put it in the chat. I'll cry if no one makes this reference, because this had to be done. Yes, Robotic Artist 27, and welcome to the stream. I don't know if you've been here the whole time, but if you have just come back, welcome back. And yes, that is the reference put in. Well, she's got, it's a little pink character originally. Yeah, that's what it says. You're right. It's a little character called Tinkaton from Pokemon, and it's basically just this little character that holds a massive hammer, and I just decided I have to do this with it. I had to turn it into a bug type. There's no reason I can't have some fun with it as we go along. Tidy these lines up in a bit. But yeah. Anyway, robotic artist, how's your day been? Can't believe it's 5:30 already. No, I just joined school. Oh, okay. It's 12:30. What, in the afternoon? It's 5:30 in the evening here. I've been streaming for quite a while now. Ah, I missed a spot. Need to erase that out, otherwise it's not going to make sense in a minute. Ah, fair enough. Yeah, let's reset that back. Hi Omega Prime, how's it going? I'm going to be streaming for a little while still. I think we've been going almost 6 hours and counting, but yep. Glad you can make it. In fact, let's give you a proper hi Omega Prime. How's your day been? Or starting, or whichever side of the world you are, and what's happening? That looks a bit better. Good, you've just woken up. Nice. Mine's going good. I've been up for ages. Well, I'll say that I woke about 9:30, 10 o'clock, and then since then I've just been looking on the stream, just thinking what colour to do the eye for the bug. Usually I do red, but maybe I should do pink. Put a little ooh, you're not mean that colour. So I don't know if you know what we're doing. It was Gen 1 Pokemon Omega Prime, but we're now on a kind of Gen 8. We basically opened it up to all of them on a random selector. Wow, it's 5:34 PM here. In fact, we've been going for 6.5 hours. So we've not been doing too bad. And yeah, we're just having a bit of fun drawing some Pokemon today. Oh, I'm having too much fun with this. Alright, let's add some grey up here. Can't be the gold colour in it because we kind of dulled it all down a bit. So let's have grey in here for this one. I suppose I should have kind of a darker grey colour for all of this. And erase that other gap that I've forgot to do. Make a Joker coloured Pokemon. Ah, it's a good job I've set up to be able to do some more. It depends what one's next and what type it is. Technically we had one beforehand. We've got a purple Pokemon that's been done. It was a Mightyena. As you can tell by the little icon below me somewhere, that way. The little GIF that's going. It's the Mightyena, and it's yeah, it's quite an interesting one. That we had some fun doing that, but just looking to make these last few bits sorted, and then we can add the lights and shadows on this Pokemon and finish it off. At one point I was averaging like half an hour a Pokemon, which was quite interesting. It was quite cool. Okay, so I think we can merge all these together. Do the usual yeah, I think those will work. Make sure that's working. We can work on the light and shadows for this one. But yeah. It's one of those weird things with the time zone difference, I take it then. Because I think last time you just missed the stream. You kind of joined at the end of it, Omega Prime. So I'm glad you can make it to this one. And I'm glad it's... well, I've been streaming all day, but, you know, I'm glad you've managed to get onto the stream. And I'm glad it's not a point when I'm finishing, so you can enjoy a bit of it. Yeah, I know. It was just like bad timing, wasn't it? Last time it was like hi. It's like hi, bye. But yeah, on the plus side, there's 6 hours of the stream for you to catch up on. Although I will show what Pokemon we've done in a minute briefly to you guys that have just joined. Quite weird. You guys can't see it properly, but my screen every now and again just dips the colour right down. It goes like into dark mode on the brightness, even though the brightness is at full. I expect it's the iPad where it's been going for so long just does it, but it's like, oh yeah, thanks iPad. That's really helpful. I like the way I've given this little character a podgy belly. I didn't intend to, it's just happened that way. as well as the Harley Quinn vibe with the hair, just because you had to do something Harley Quinn related if you got hair like that. What do you think of the Tinkaton as a bug type so far, guys? Kind of was a no-brainer considering how strong the little character is. The fairy fighting, was it a fairy summit type? It's fairy something. It's a fairy steel type. So I made it kind of a bug steel type, but that's more the fact that I couldn't be bothered to change the hammer. Optimus Prime colour for certain Pokemon, cough Eevee, cough cough. That would be quite cool. If Eevee comes up and there's a chance to do a type that has those colours, then I will do. Yeah, I like that idea actually, red, black and white for the for sort of like reference to the cartoon for this one. The actual colours of this one are kind of like red, white and then big bluey purple hammer. But I thought this is kind of a bit more suiting for the overall design that we've got going. But yeah, this kind of like damaged metal hammer, or this homemade like hammer is quite cool. But as with the Pokemon, I'm just doing... Well, I've actually gotten faster at doing the Pokemon the more the day's gone on, funnily enough. But yeah, I'm just throwing this one together and then I'll show you guys the other ones shortly, where you haven't had a chance to catch up with the stream. Oh, if you haven't already, guys, smash a like onto the stream just to help get out there a little bit more while we're still going. Should have had a like goal actually going on the thing. I might do that at some point. How many likes can we get on the stream? I'm aiming for 400. And at that point, everybody dislikes the stream and leaves. That'd be my luck. Your brain's slowly waking up. Mine's like in full, let's do this mode. 10 minutes later, asleep. Okay, so I think that's our bug type Tinkaton done. So I will show you what we've got so far, because we've been a bit busy today. We have our rock type Jinx, which is the first one we did, which, yeah, it was a good warm-up one. We've got our fire type Clefairy, which was quite cool. Our electric type Gloom. Our fairy type Moltres. Weeping Bell as a fire type. Primate as an electric type, and we kind of went Super Saiyan Punk Fighter. Ferret as a dragon type. Pachirisu as a steel type. Mightyena as a poison and psychic type. And then our Tinkaton as a bug type. So now we're going to do another one. It would be awesome if it got 200 likes, a Mega Prime. I think currently it's got 14 or so, but the likes are all good. And we're going to go on to another random Pokemon in the generator. So, back up to the generator we go. The rules are simple. If it's a Pokemon, we'll select a Pokemon. We get one reroll, as long as it isn't one that we've done already. Although I did do it by the number of likes to give us a bit of a random one. We are going for the new region at the moment. Might actually open that up to... I could do all regions again, but we risk getting ones that we had before. So we'll stick with the new region for this one. We're not doing all forms. We do include legendaries. And we're going to randomly select one now. So, what's this one? Blissey. Do we re-roll or do we do Blissey? That's kind of like a Chansey. Yeah, but we get one re-roll. So if you guys want me to re-roll, just type roll in the chat and I will re-roll on the re-roll on this one, see what we get next. Happy to do it. Just you guys want re-roll? We've got one re-roll. Do we have more? Roll. Okay. Who else wants roll? Just type roll in the chat. If you want me to hit generate again. Reroll. Okay, we got 2 people. That'll be enough for now. Flareon. Oh, yes. So we got Flareon. Now we're going to find out what type. Flareon as a... Well, it's already fire, so we've got to roll again. Psychic and Steel. Do we want to keep that as the type to turn Flareon into? Or do we want to roll again and see what else we got? Also, welcome Dark Lord Space Castle. Should we roll again or go with Psychic and Steel for Flareon? I just realised we're kind of just going to be doing... Your nemesis is here. I just realised we're kind of just going to be redoing the actual... Sorry, just grabbing a small bite to eat. Going to be redoing the actual... it's basically going to be a Eevee evolution. So do we just go till we get one that's not an actual current Eevee evolution? Okay, re-rolling. Ground type. Yeah, we can do that. Flareon as a ground type. I suppose for this I'm going to be keeping most of the structure of Flareon from its design in place. So yeah, if you give me a second to get set up, guys, I will see if I can get what I've been working on for the last little bit working. Two seconds, guys. I'm just literally looking for the animated GIF that I want to use to go in the bottom corner. See if this one will work. Awesome. It's not the Probably not the best one in the world, but we will use it. Ta-da! A little sprite-based Flareon as we draw the character. And then I'm going to look up the types for a ground type. I quite like that pose. Cool, so we're going to do Flareon as a ground type. So I just find a few examples of ground types. So basically make it more rock-like. Okay, I've got a bit of an idea. I already have 4 characters in mind for the community redraw, but I'm not good at drawing. That's not a problem, Omega Prime. If you can only submit 1 though, but if you draw as best you can and put a description of what the character in your mind is supposed to look like in that, you know, a bit more of information, or say what colours you want or what type of look to it, then I can see what I can do with it if it gets selected. Right, so I think I'll start with a basic Flareon design shape, and then we'll tweak it after. So it's got that kind of yeah, that's better. Make that a bit thicker for everybody to see what I'm doing. Yeah, the whole I get that, robotic artist, but the whole point is it's not going to have its original type. So if it's fire originally, we won't be having that in the redesign. To be fire and rock, for example. I mean, I'll draw the original design. Must have some over here somewhere. Oh well. So I'll basically draw a sketch of the Pokemon itself that we're going to retweak, and then over the top of that I draw the tweaked version. There's 2 reasons for this. 1, it gives me a bit of practice drawing the shape of the Pokemon, and 2, kind of lets you guys see where it started and where we've gone with it. Especially if someone's just come straight into the stream. Because in effect, we're going to keep the Shape to Eevee. Welcome back, Justin. As you can tell, I'm still streaming. Omega Prime, you don't have Discord or anything like that. I do. The emails do come. Well, the submissions are available via email. Are you able to email your design and your information to the redraws at DempseyJillustrations.co.uk email address that people submit to? That one's probably your best bet if you don't have Discord, and it's on the bottom of most of my videos. Once this one goes public, I'll add it to the bottom of this video or in the description, unless it's in the description already. I don't know if it's in the description already on this video. It might be worth checking that out. But yeah, we're but it will be on one of my videos, the information. So I don't think we can put linked emails in the chat here, and I probably wouldn't want it to be put in the chat, to be honest, just to avoid any typos or losing track of it. Justin, we're changing it to a ground type, but I need to get this pose down that I'm working on, and I've seen a reference image. I'm going to take the reference image pose and I'm going to tweak it. But tweak it, I have to draw it and then make it work. Which is why I'm just trying to get a little fiery. I mean, I could go really easy to change this to ground type, but I've got a few reference images up for ones to see if there's anything more, a bit more fun we can do, because it's got this massive. I mean, it's basically got this huge, bushy, fiery, flame-shaped tail now. That's the basic Flareon pose. Rock equals rock, ground equals dirty. Yeah, kind of. There are some rock elements in ground types. The colour does change as well, but that's a good point, actually. I mean, there will be some rock elements to this ground type. In fact, I'm just going to change it up a bit. I'm just going to ink it as I draw it. No real major thing for ground type, to be honest. They're just brown in colour. Okay. I mean, it is ground type, so I will have some kind of rock element on the head, but not like a pure rock type all the way through. Just something enough to know that it's I Greasier hair but with rock. That's really... that's difficult to do, but no, it's fine. I've got an idea what I'll do. He'll also have like a pattern on him, like a camo pattern, but I just wanted to do. Or a gem. Yeah, I kind of got a gem on the... Gem might work. Kind of got a bit of a gem already going, but... See, some of the ground type does have rock type stuff in its design, as well as their colour being like almost like clay. They've got a almost like a rock element to them. Most of this probably will come out from the rest of the design. Justin, if it comes up, we can do. If not, we'll do that on another stream. Today's stream is going to be basically the randomizers picking what we're going to do, and then we'll do it. Because there's been a few suggestions over the last... Is it 6 hours? Over the last 7 hours. Oh my god. That's insane. But yeah, okay, that's cool. So, yeah, over the last 7 hours we've been going. We're still going. Awesome. Well, I plan to kind of do this for a day, so I'm doing it for a day. It's hard to make it a ground type without having a few bits of rock around, just to give something to the body effect here. Otherwise it doesn't look right. Yeah, Koi, I did. I've put in a full day of work and I'm still going. Booked a day off for it, and that's what I'm doing. Trying to think of what I could do for the tail. Omega Prime. Yes, Megatron colours are for some, but this is going to be down to this one. So I'm trying to think what I can do for the tail here. Kind of like Langdora's tail. Yeah, let's pinch his tail design a little bit. Maybe. Maybe we should make its tail a big gem. Don't like that front leg to that rock bit. I feel that's kind of got to come up here more to it, and then you get the body. Yeah, you just noticed that, Justin. To be honest, I never even noticed that, but yeah. Okay, that's going to be our core basis for it. If I've done this right, I should be able to select all of those bits, invert, and colour it how we want to with the white. Gripping mask, add a couple layers underneath just to be safe. So ground types are usually this kind of base colour, and then they've got more of a they do have some blacks in, but some of them have more of a oh no, I know they're not, but I kind of wanted the we've kind of got blue Eevees and stuff already, but I kind of like the hippo pattern where it's slightly different shades of brown or something to make a camo look for. I'm trying to get that dirty look in that you guys are on about. Almost like it's an army one. It's just. Well, we've changed the type of it, so it's I suppose it is a Flareon, but it's not quite a Flareon. It's one of those weird ones where it's it evolved a different way because it didn't take a bath. I quite like that idea. That's not too bad. Let's just do that whole thing that colour for now. Quite weird this, I'm not really sure what I'm going for with this. I've then maybe designed chaos. There's 8 forms of Eevee in total. Currently. Potentially more later on or at another point, but currently there's 8 forms of Eevee that I'm aware of. 9 if you count Eevee itself. Yeah, Desert Camo Evolution Koi, definitely. The weirdest Eevee design ever, but I wanted to put some gems on the back of it, so... Let's see what we got from this one, and then we might do some... I might... Which one is this? Is this 10 or 11? 11. Yeah, Pokemon 10 or 12. Sorry, I'm just going to delete a couple of these in case we don't decide to do any after this. I wonder if I should just do something random on the stream. Not sure yet. We have done 7 hours. I haven't decided how long we're going to go for yet. We've gone from 11 AM to like now. It's kind of insane. Maybe I should keep going for a little bit longer. Can't go wrong with that. Right, so that's that. If we go on to that layer, about that one. Cool. So this weird ground form of Eevee, or based on a Flareon, it's gonna need to be... Not like a pure rock one, even though it's got some rock attributes. It is a ground type. It's just got a rock coloured kind of effect for it to blend into a cave. Hey Keegan, I'm doing good. How are you doing? Welcome to the stream. We've done like 11 of these already, so well, this is number 11, so we're doing good. We're doing good. Koi, I've been appreciate that, bud. I've been munching as we go along and took a short break earlier, but I'm good to go for a little bit longer. The whole reason I can do so long is I've got the rest of the week off work still, so I am not worried at the moment. I'm all good, and definitely going to be healthy. Want to hit my targets for the stream and that. If you've just joined and you're liking what you see, or you love Pokemon, or you just love art in general, hit that like button. It helps push the stream out a little bit to people, and I do appreciate it. We've kind of got a desert camo Eevee going here, which is quite cool. And then I'll do a recap of all of them again for anybody's new. Keegan's asked, do you watch the Pokemon anime? I do. I've watched quite a few of the animes. I have missed one or two in between, but I generally watch most of them. Have you played the new Scarlet and Violet game? I've had a go on it. It's really good fun, and it's kind of what inspired me to that, and you know, just seeing a few Pokemon gen swaps happening. I thought that'd be quite cool. It kind of inspired me to be a bit more Pokemon-ified after Christmas. So I did a few quick digital sketches of Pokemon characters. I did Nomura and Sada from the Scarlet game as quick speed paints, and those came out really well. And I'm looking to do more Pokemon characters in future on the channel. I recommend you should either get it to play. It's really addictive, and it's got quite a good storyline. Or yeah, just keep checking it out. I aim to save up and get a Switch and a copy of Violet, because I've played Scarlet a little bit, and I want to. But my favourite Pokemon out of the new designs is Cerulean, so I kind of have to be on Violet to get that. When I eventually save up and get the get a console and the Switch, well, console and the game. Sorry, that's me getting excited, thinking get a Switch. So yeah, it's definitely a cool one. What's your favourite Pokemon anyway? Omega Primes asks, what is my thought on your 8 elemental primes? I quite like that idea, actually. It's 8 elemental primes is quite a cool concept. Sorry, slightly sidetracked in the lighting of this one here. A minute, just while I just sort out that. Okay, that'll do for our Eevee as a ground type when we put some gems on it. So yeah, we've knocked out all of these so far. Lot Bunny. Cool. That's quite a cool design. Without spoiling, Scarlet has the better exclusive. Yeah, possibly. I mean, but you know, I think it'd be quite interesting to see what happens with the other ones. Right, let's just see if I can get my brightness to come back up a bit. Yeah, so we've done, as a quick recap, sorry to you guys that have seen it already, but for those that you knew, we've done Jinx as a rock type, Clefairy as a fire type, Gloom as an electric type, Moltres as a fairy type, Weeping Bell as a fire type, Primate as a electric type and kind of gone Super Saiyan-y, Ferret as a dragon type, Pachirisu as a steel type, Mightyena as a poison psychic type, Tinkaton as a bug type, and our Flareon as a ground type. So it's kind of evolved Eevee as a ground type in a sense. That's what we've done so far. Keegan says, do you like Meowscarada? You love the furry art of her. I do like the character. Out of the three, I think it's the best starter. I started with Furako, is it? The fire type one. And it was great. First evolution, second evolution, final evolution. I was like, ah, yeah, this is that one. Not a keen lover of it, so I've switched to having Lucario as my main one on that. But no, it's an awesome character design. Koi Fish Gaming says Gloom is still my favourite. Yeah, it's kind of coming out quite cool. So I guess we should do another one, shouldn't we? We'll get a random Pokemon generator. We're going for Paldia at the moment, or should we open it to all types, or is there a set region? We've got Kanto. Well, we've got all the regions basically. Yeah, Justin, I'm torn. Obviously, the one that falls into Meowscarada is, you know, the grass type one is the best looking one, and that. I guess it's just a case of seeing what happens in terms of going forward. It would be awesome to have had maybe a few of the rarer ones as the starting ones, but I think they're not too bad. They're the classic starter designs: fire, earth, and water, and it's just building that up. But no, that's quite cool. Right, are we ready? Because we're going to go on for our 12th one so far today. So the rules are simple, and I'll just repeat these. If we get one we've done already, we can re-roll. If we get a one that's you guys want to re-roll, we can have one re-roll, but we get a re-roll if it's what we've done already. And then it's just a case of the types. If it's the same as the existing type, we can re-roll, and we get one re-roll on it, unless we're doing something like the number of likes on the video. But yes, we're going to roll for our next Pokemon, which is Bronzong. Do we do Bronzong and change its type, or do we roll again? I'll leave this one up to you guys. Happy to roll again on this one, because I'm not really sure what I'm going to do for the type change of this. Depending what type we get, obviously. So in the chat, right, roll if you want me to roll again. So we've got one roll again. We need probably about 3 or 4 just to make sure. Roll again, that's 2. If we get 2 more rolls again, I will roll again. Get a drink a minute. Omega Prime, do you mean to re-roll or to use Bronzong? I'm guessing that's a roll again, to be honest. Okay, we got 3 rolls again. We'll do it. Malmar. Yeah, we'll go Malmar. That could be quite interesting. Right, so give me a second. I need to... I want to search for... See if they got a little animated bit for it. Yes, we've probably got one that we can put into this video. Sorry, I'm getting really excited over these little GIFs, if I can actually find one that works. Nice. Perfect. Okay, so now we're going on for the type generator. What type is Malmar to start with, actually? Just let that load while I update the image a second. Anybody know? A water type. It's actually a psychic and dark type, looking at this. Turn him into a fairy type. It depends what gets done on the random generator to what we turn him into. But if fairy type shows up, then it will be a fairy type. Just let me resize him a minute, guys. Sorry guys. Yeah, so I've got Malmar, who's a psychic dark type, so randomized fairy dark. I'm guessing Keegan's gonna get their wish. So I say Malamar. Very dark type. So I'm gonna draw our character to start with, and then we're gonna look at turning it into a fairy dark type. Weakness is fairy, and that's psychic dark, so we can keep it quite dark and make it a bit. Okay, that's cool. Alright, come back down to this one. Okay, so let's get this one started. Cool, got my tool how I want it. So I guess I could give him a dress, possibly. Could give him fairy wings. Need to draw the basic design of this one out first. Alright, so let's start with this one. Interesting. Kind of like a bird. A fairy squid. Could do a fairy squid. Right. These eyes are really weird on this character. Sorry guys, I will be drawing it. I just need to zoom in a little bit on my reference to kind of get the original pose, because I think once we've got the original pose down, it's making it easier to do the characters. I think because it's dark, we can keep the kind of like dark eye effect on it. Yeah, it's kind of a weird squid, isn't it, this character? Fuse this Pokemon with the Xenomorph Queen. We're not doing fusions Omega Prime, otherwise I'd be happy to fuse a Pokemon with the Xenomorph Queen. That would probably be rather cool, but I don't think we can get away with that one just yet. Next time, you hope. Possibly. I mean, this is type swap, not fusions, but yeah, on a future one, I'm definitely going to be doing Xenomorph stuff, so turning things into Xenomorphs is definitely something that's going to be on the list of things to do this year. Keegan says, do you like Pokemon who dress feminine? I just like the Pokemon that have got a cool design, to be honest. I never really thought about it on how they dress or anything. For me, it's if the Pokemon's kind of like got a cool design and a cool vibe to it, I'm more than happy to use the Pokemon, and I enjoy them in the games. If they don't really, then I kind of just, I don't know, I'm just like, what am I meant to do now? They kind of like just go into the box when I collect them. But I suppose if it suits the design of the Pokemon, then yeah, I do like them. It's like Meowscara's got not the final form, but the mid-evolution form, where it learns Flower Trick. That's a really nice design. It's got some like a mask and a like cape and that, but it's not like a huge round giant masquerade ball character like the final form. I didn't quite like that, but I did like the sort of like mid evolution. It was just perfect for that. I think that should have been the final evolution. Justin's asked, what do you think other narrators would give Nexum for his Christmas? The dishes to do. It depends on how much he's annoyed them, to be honest. I would have thought on that one. A gift card for the same place. No, Nexum would just say, yeah, let's go to this dimension. There's a cool dimension for what we've got, and then, you know, for your presents. And then as they go, they just kind of like just leaves them there. It's a rather interesting design, I must admit. That. Two bits at the side that are basically just those bits to kind of sit on. Up. I see. So that comes from there down here and here. The Kanto starters. Yeah, I do. To be honest, there's not a whole host of starters I don't like. I just feel that in sort of like the Paldea region, they could have done better with the starters. I know they kind of, you get the starters, they evolve and the stuff. I just feel that they're lacking compared to some of the other regions in terms of final designs and that. Right, so this one's weak against fairy, but what would happen if we turn it into a fairy? One, two, three, one. Okay, that's the basic design of this character done. So let's start tweaking it to match what we're going to be doing. Okay, so fairy types usually usually rounder and stuff. So how are we gonna? I might just cheat again. I might just go straight in for the. Let's go straight in for the change on this one. So being a fairy type, being round, I think the eyes need a change. I know it's still dark, but I think we need to change the eyes. So fairies usually have these like. Eat your soul eyes. Fairy types are food designs too. Yeah, they are food designs too. Give him a bow on his head. Possibly. I mean, need to figure out how I'm gonna. Kind of want him to have a cuter beak. Well, no, it's still kind of dark, so you can have a bit of a... Okay. So the beak can come down this way. But being dark, it can still be quite... Maybe we should turn this to like a giant flower on the head. Like open leaves and then like a flower design or something. Kind of. Well, no, because you've got fairy types like, is it Falable or something? They are fairy types, but they've got a flower with them. Or something coming out of it, so it's not quite a grass type. It's kind of like a flower on the head, and the rest of the body's fairy. So, it could be. Shadow Hunter, welcome to the stream. Okay. Catch you later, Omega Prime. Thank you for joining, and yeah, I will see you next time. Shade Hunter, I return to the land of the living. Yeah. Yeah, Flababy, that's it, Justin. Yeah, that one's not grass type, that one's a fairy type, but it's got a flower with it as part of its what it carries and stuff. Turning the top of its head into a bit of a flower kind of fits in with a fairy in a sense, as long as I don't change everything else to be a plant. I know fairies also have very exaggerated body shapes. Pink panties. We'll see how this one goes. Fairies often have rounded edges as well. So I'm going to keep this part of the shape the same because I quite like the bits here. Yeah, you're right. The Shade Hunter. It is tricky when sometimes their types don't match anything of what they are. Let's load up some fairy type. I mean, I know we did a fairy Moltres, but that's slightly, yeah, I mean, some of the fairy types that you've got, they don't even look like they're fairy types. They're like Rolts and that. They're like fairy grass. You know, they're like a plant that grows and stuff. Yeah, Justin, just like that. Keegan, do I like horror movies? Yes, I absolutely love horror movies. I'm often watching them all times of the year type thing. So, yeah, throughout the year I'm often watching them. But yeah, I do like them. Right, so I think after I get rid of this advert that's about to play in a couple, or I can skip now. I think maybe we should give it like bug wings. I kind of feel these should just trail off like almost like they're a form of smoke, like fairy type smoke. I know it's looking like a bit like sludge at the moment, but I don't know if I like that. No, I don't like that. So we'll give wings. Which again, you might mistake it for a bug type, but it's not. I love the way in Pokemon, everything you do just turns out to be something different. Make it a seaweed. I don't know what... I kind of get what you mean there. I kind of want... Maybe these should be the wings. And kind of just... I am just drawing random swirly things for a fairy type. I'm kind of not sure what to do on this design anymore. Let's take out the backing bit because that's probably putting me off. Maybe we should go with that and just change the colours to pink and that and see what happens. Let's see what this turns out once we start rendering it out, because I'm not sold on this design yet. It may work really well, but it may just be also one that I just don't like the look of. Can we use shift the original colours? Potentially, but I'm not sure if that would see what happens here. Kind of want to keep some of the Oh, Justin says, if you were in the Pokemon universe, what region would you want to live in? I'd have to say the latest one, the Paldea, or Paldea. Sorry, Paldea? Paldea. Just because it's got my favourite Pokemon in there that I know for certain. So that's definitely one that I'll be interested in keeping working and going. I've got no idea how this is going to look, by the way. Kind of doing a similar colour scheme to the Moltres one, but we'll see what kind of happens in the end. So, how many have we still got in the... Oh, actually, how many are in the stream at the moment watching, you guys? And how many likes do we have? Hopefully people are liking as they're jumping in and out the stream. I'd like to think they are. I've got no idea what's going on. If we could get... If we could even get 50 likes on this, it'd be amazing. 20 likes would be awesome. I think at some point I'm going to have to set up a like goal. So getting... on the stream, how many likes can we get, and then, you know, see if we can get the likes. I know on some channels it's easier to do than others, and it's a bit difficult on mine. I mean, I'm faceless at the moment because I've been pretty much sorting out this, so you can see it. 4 in chat, 17 likes so far. Well, that's not too bad. That's doing pretty good. I think what I need to do is find a lighter. Come on, it needs to be... Fourth one is you, Dems. Yeah, the fourth one's probably me in the chat as well, yeah. Sounds about right. I got to count for someone in here. Nearly been going 8 hours though, which I'm really, really impressed about actually. Can't believe we've been going that long, to be honest. Interesting colour scheme. What do you guys reckon? Cool. We got Keegan, we got Justin, we got Shade Hunter, we got me. Koi should be here somewhere actually, or listening in. Assuming Koi's still about. Koi's been here from the start, as far as I can tell, if they're still on the stream. Let's find out. Yeah, Koi's still about with the stream going. So Koi's the 4th person in the stream, but yeah, no, it's been it's going quite good at the moment. Yeah, everybody make sure you smash that like button if you're in here. Woohoo! I think Koi, you're the only one that's been here the whole time. I don't know if anyone else is in or not. I've got these pastel colours. I'm kind of umming and ahhing about them, but I think we'll go with this for the fairy. Well, it's a fairy dark, so what if we What if we shift this up a little bit? Oh, I like that a bit better, actually. I appreciate that, Shade Hunter. Yeah, if it's been open going, then awesome. I think we're ready to start inking on this one now, because I quite like this colour scheme that we've got currently. So... Oh, bear with me a second, guys. I think I'm going to sneeze. Right, so if we go back to that one, do our usual swapping of everything, make sure that's all working. Start trying to put some light and shadows in on this bit. See how this one kind of starts turning out. Yeah, no, it's supposed to be a dark fairy, so if you're getting fairy, then you're getting the right vibes from this one now, rather than what's actually what the original was. I'd have to do a comparison of these like next to the originals at some point. That'd be quite cool. Yeah, like I say, if you're getting fairy vibes from this now, then it's all good. I know what I need to do. I believe for that one, I turned the opacity down last time just to give it a softer... Too far down. Just to give it a softer look to it. Dark Psychic. Yeah. It's quite tricky to figure out what you want the types to kind of show as or become with the colours. Because unfortunately with Pokemon, as we can all tell, some of them don't even have the right colours for the type that we're accustomed to, which completely throws everybody off guard. I suppose that's part of the fun of the whole design of the characters and stuff, is doing those ones that just completely throw people every now and again. I suppose it's also good if you've got the ones that don't look like whatever type they are, and you bring them out in battle and everyone's like, oh yeah, that's that one, I'll swap it for this, and then you own the one that should be stronger against it, and they're like, that wasn't meant to happen. Add a few bits here. Don't think we really need much on the Adler. Possibly the beak's the harshest bit to add stuff to. And then just a highlight down here. Maybe one here. Okay, so the only thing left to do, so I did on the last fairy type earlier, it's just basically go over some of these lines and soften them up a bit. Not anything super major or anything, but it does make a lot of difference to the final image when we zoom out. Just because the black's a little bit too harsh on them. Yeah, the Paldia Taurus has variants, which is quite interesting. I noticed it's got like some that are black, the dark psychic ones, and some that have got red markings on them, which I recently discovered. I think a lot of the Pokemon, you can get different markings on them to represent something different each time, but I don't know what completely that is. Okay, we're nearly done with this one. I'm not sure if I'm going to stop at 12 of these drawn today. I might just stop in a minute because yeah, I think 8 hours is probably a record for me. We'll see what happens in a minute. I will have a drink and just look at what we've got, but might be worth stopping at around the 8, well, I say the 8 hour mark. I don't know what the mark is, how long we've been going actually. How long have we been going? Yeah, we've done 8 hours so far. Wow. That's insane. Yeah, I think after this one we're going to stop. We're going to have 12 of these done today. And then we may pick up another stream with the Pokemon, with another Pokemon type swap in a week or two. When I do my next, I got Ben 10 Kaijus lined up, but maybe in 2 weeks time we'll do some more Pokemon swaps, more at the normal time on the channel, which is 10 PM UK time. I think that's 5 PM Eastern, and depending on where you are, I've got no idea. But I'm not going just yet. I'm just finishing this one off before we even sort that. Just more of a heads up for you guys that after this one I'll probably call it a day on the stream. 8 hours streaming is more than I thought I'd do, in all honesty. But there we go, our fairy type Malamar. That's 5 AM CST. Possibly. I mean, I'll put a post up for it. My next live stream is going to be next Monday, and that's going to be doing a Ben 10 Kaiju Heat Blast, which would be quite cool. But we have done 12 Pokemon today. So for a recap on all of them, we've got Jinx as a rock type. We have Clefairy as a fire type, Gloom as an electric type, Moltres as a fairy type, Weeping Bell as a fire type, Primate as an electric type, Ferret as a dragon type, Pachirisu as a steel type, Mightyena as a poison psychic type, Tinkatonk as a bug type, Flareon as a ground type, and Malamar as a fairy dark type, which I think we'll most likely have to leave it there after 8 hours and almost 15 minutes of streaming. So thank you everyone for joining. As Koifish Gaming has said, it's a marathon and a new record. It's the longest stream on the channel. It's probably double my average stream, which is amazing. I'm so glad I had the day off work, and thank you everyone who popped in, said hi, left a like and joined the stream. It was absolutely fantastic to see you all, and yeah, I hope you all have a very good day. I'm gonna call it a day there, and I'll catch up with you later. Thanks everyone, bye.